Welcome to the beautiful Legia Stadium. We're going
Proszę Państwa, przed momentem zrobiliśmy to nieoficjalnie, teraz zrobimy to z jeszcze większym namaszczeniem i pietyzmem. Przedstawimy się. Monika Richardson i Aleksander Sikora. To my, kłaniamy się.
Monika Richardson i Aleksander Sikora.
Bardzo serdecznie witamy wszystkich Państwa na 13. Forum Rozwoju Mazowsza,
Mazovia Development Forum, which is taking place under the slogan Fenomen UE, and the organizer is the Mazovian unit of the implementation of EU programs, and the sponsors include the Marshal of the Mazovian Voivodeship, but also the representation of the European Commission in Poland. The 13th Mazovian Forum is 2 days of full of activities and experiences.
Warto podkreślić, że rzeczonymi doświadczeniami na scenach podzieli się ponad 70 ekspertów, zarówno na scenie głównej, na której w tym momencie się znajdujemy, jak i na scenie offowej, na którą także w swoim imieniu Państwa zapraszam, ponieważ będę miał ogromną przyjemność opiekować się właśnie tą sceną. A specjalnie dla Państwa w przygotowanej przestrzeni, o której przed chwilą mówiłem, ponad 50 partnerów wydarzenia reprezentujących administrację, biznes, sektor naukowy i pozarządowy, także wymieni się swoimi ideami i wcześniej wspomnianymi doświadczeniami. Takie więc krótko reasumując, będą to intensywne 2 dni poświęcone dyskusjom o rozwoju regionu dzięki pomocy z Unii Europejskiej, w której jesteśmy już od prawie 2 dekad i czerpiemy z tego korzyści w wielu obszarach życia. Jedną z nich są możliwości finansowania inwestycji, a co jest szczególnie ważne i warto to uwypuklić.
The possibilities to finance investment projects is very important, and during the current financial perspective, Mazovia is going to get more than 9 billion zlotys. And we can see the effects in schools, kindergartens, cultural centers, hospitals, etc. Today, we are also going to learn about the winners of the European Funds Change Leader. The participants are the projects that were co-financed by the European Union. So we are very happy that we can discuss the EU funds and their presence in our lives. Additionally, we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Mazovia region, so of course we can discuss further development of Mazovia with support of the European Union. The Mazovia Development Forum are primarily people who create this event, thanks to whom we were able to meet here.
Naszego spotkania, ponieważ akcja dzisiejszych zdarzeń jest dość wartka. Chcemy przywitać i mamy przyjemność zapowiedzieć wystąpienie gościa specjalnego, unijnej komisarz do spraw spójności i reform, pani Elizy
speech of a special guest commissioner for cohesion and reforms from the European Commission, Ms. Elisa Ferreira.
Good morning to all. Thank you for this invitation. I wish I could join you in this discussion today in person to celebrate your successes and discuss together how things can be done even better if possible. Mazovia, one of the most dynamic regions in Poland and in the European Union, tells an inspiring and instructive story of a performing combination of a variety of capable local actors and support from cohesion policy. Your forum is a unique platform that brings together the best minds from various sectors, including administration, business, academia, and non-governmental organizations. And I am delighted that you are doing this, because evidence from across Europe shows that such partnerships are the key determinants of the quality of local development programs. The work you are doing today is the secret of cohesion policy's success. So, my sincere congratulations to the organizers and to all of you today who are bringing expertise and experience. European funds have had an enormous impact in Mazovia. We have jointly invested several billion of euros to date, And in the 2021-27 programs, we'll support regions with another around 2 billion. Next year, we will celebrate 20 years of Poland's membership of the European Union. Since then, Mazovian region has thrived and developed with exceptional dynamism. Your income per capita has tripled. European funds have touched every aspect of your lives, from modernizing businesses, schools, public buildings, to expanding transportation networks, you name it. In fact, they also came to the rescue when your region had to face challenges, not only of COVID, but also those linked to the flow of Ukrainian war refugees, accommodating them and integrating them into the economic life of the region and providing them with basic public services. In fact, in the 2014-2020 program, we had 3,700 businesses being supported by cohesion policy and helping them to become more innovative. More than 1,000 schools received modern teaching equipment. 200 kilometers of roads were built, and 700 public buildings were thoroughly renovated using state-of-the-art techniques. And you have been in the driving seat of these changes. At the beginning, Poland had a very centralized model, with only around 20% of European funds being managed by regional or local governments. As you have proved your competence, this figure has risen to 44%. So congratulations on all of your many achievements. But of course, there are challenges ahead. We must bridge the gap between prosperous Warsaw and the rest of Mazovia. While Warsaw's GDP income per capita or per head is 150% of the European average, so 50% over the average, the rest of the region is still struggling at around 59%. We have some urgent cohesion work to do. So in your discussions today, I would suggest, among several topics, at least that you address 3 questions. First, what must be done to continue to support the business sector, especially small and medium-sized enterprises? How can they be helped to rise to future challenges, including the green and digital economy? Another question, second question, how to improve the quality and capacity also of public administration? You play a key role, not just in European investments, but in delivering public services and delivering changes also at the local level. And the third question, what changes will you need in future cohesion policy? We want to hear from all stakeholders. Your experience counts. So we have already launched the discussion with the national debates and the high-level reflection group. How do we ensure that the green and digital transition leaves no region behind? How do we cope with increasing crises and international instability, which this region has experienced firsthand? Or with demographic changes, such as an aging population and brain drain? And how can we simplify and streamline delivery? We want to hear your views on all these topics. The future is in your hands. The future development of Mazovia, through the ideas, strategies, projects that you are discussing also today. But the future of the development of cohesion policy, as we continue the debate also requires your contribution. I wish you a fruitful discussion and invite you to share all your reflections. Dziękuję. Thank you very much.
Elisa Ferreira, Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms, has mentioned several positive facts about what is happening and about our situation in the European Union. Thank you for your congratulations. We are aware that we still have a lot to do. And now let's have a representative of the patron of this event, Marshal of the Mazovian Voivodeship, Adam Struzik. As chairman of the Mazovian Voivodeship, director of the Mazovian unit for the implementation of EU programs, and employees of this unit, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting for the 13th time to share the experiences and successes of Mazovia, and which result from EU membership of Poland. The 25th anniversary of Mazovia that we started to celebrate includes the 19 years of EU membership, and it also includes all the investment projects that were implemented in practically all areas of the economic and public life in our voivodeship, thanks to the EU funds. One fundamental thing needs to be realized. Frequently, some politicians especially question the important role of the European funds and the importance of Poland's EU membership for the development of our regions. After paying all actually the contributions to the EU budget, still we're talking about more than 160 billion net that Poland gained from the European Union. And that amount was injected into Polish economy, Polish government, Polish local governments, Polish companies, research and development centers. It was invested in the infrastructure, among others, and many other sectors in the economy. Well, somebody may say, but we do work, we have our own potential. Well, this is obvious. Poland is a big country. Poland has entrepreneurship that has developed greatly over the last years, and we definitely have our own potential. However, without EU funds, the development would definitely be slower. So I'm very happy, and I would like to thank Mariusz Frankowski, the director of the Mazovian unit, for enabling us to meet here today again. I would like to thank all those who actively participate in this forum, who have their exhibition stands here, who are going to present their projects. I would like to congratulate those of you who have participated in our competition and who have been successful in the competition categories. So right now, our operational program for the period 2014-2020 is coming to an end. We've actually contracted 100% of the funds available. Right now, we just need to settle the accounts. For that, we have 1.5 months for that, but we've already embarked on the implementation of the regional operational program amounting to 2.1 billion euro. And well, this is going to be implemented in 2 spaces: the Warsaw metropolis, the capital cities, and the 9 surrounding powiats. This is the capital area of the Mazovian region. It is developed much better. Actually, as far as the income is concerned per capita, it's better than Vienna. And, well, but more than 600 million euro will be spent for the rest of the region of Mazovia. 244 municipalities, 332 powiats, quite a big space, and the income indicators like GDP per capita, it's at the level of approximately 80% of the EU average. So this will determine the actions that we will take. We also have our Mazovian cohesion policy. First of all, using the differences in the implementation of the operational program between the metropolis and the rest of the region, we try to target the support in such a way as to close this gap. And we also want to use our own funds, more than 700 million zlotys. These will be provided to local governments and NGOs. And next year, we're going to have the amount of more than 900 million zlotys. So this is a conscious policy of equal development, closing the gaps. So the internal Mazovian cohesion policy. So I would like to wish to all of us that our new government is going to be chosen, appointed soon. Hopefully, the government will support local governments. Hopefully, no more actions aimed at centralization will be taken. We're talking about 23 billion grants, non-repayable grants, and 33 billion for loans. Well, this can come from the recovery and resilience plan, and we hope that the new government will unblock these funds. We would need these, for example, to modernize our rolling stock, and other programs aimed at infrastructure. I don't know whether you know that, but for example, equipment of hospitals, modernization of oncology wards, for example, are part of the national recovery or restructuring program. So hopefully the new government will seek EU funds and apply for them, but hopefully it will also give its opinion on the future of the cohesion policy. At the Committee of the Regions, where the discussion is starting now on the future of the cohesion policy. Very important discussion since the beginning of 2025. Poland is going to have the presidency in the European Union, and I think that this will be a very important task for all of us, for the Polish government, for the Polish parliament, for the Polish delegation to the European Parliament. We're going to have elections to the European Parliament next year, and this will be important also for us, representatives of local governments. We should all support the continuation of the cohesion policy, because this is one of the most important policies of the European Union, bringing policy closer to the citizens. And to end my intervention, I would like to wish to all of us that the Polish society believes that the common path of 27 countries is the right path, securing peace and continuous development. And the Mazovian region is the leader of this development. So I would like to wish a good meeting, good sharing of ideas and experience, and all the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very substantial speech. Marshal of Mazowian Voivodeship, Mr. Adam Strusik. We must admit that the plans and amounts are very impressive. That is why we are impatiently waiting for their implementation, as well as for the, let's say, implementation of the next point on our agenda, which is very tight. So now we have a pleasure to invite onto stage Wiesław Raboszczuk, Vice Marshal of the Mazowian Voivodeship. So we invite you to the stage, sir. I'm happy to welcome all of you. It's been a great surprise for me. I did not expect that I will be delivering a speech today before you. The fact that we are meeting for the 13th time at the Mazovia Development Forum, it is obviously also thanks to me. I'm not being modest, but I must say that I organized the first forum when I was the director of the Mazovian Unit for the Implementation of EU programs. So yes, it's been now the 13th forum. Each of them has been different. Each of them and the next one more and more interesting and perfect. And I do hope that the 13th will also surprise us with its innovation, as it has been the case during previous fora, and it is history now. So we had very innovative 12 fora so far. They've been really innovative. So the title of the forum is really inspiring, the phenomenon of the European Union. This is indeed something special, exceptional, because thanks to the European Union, thanks to the cooperation of the countries, which, let me remind you, contribute their funds, which are later on allocated by the European Commission. So thanks to our, say, common money, the countries which are a little bit behind the average may develop. So all those that are a little bit lagging behind can develop better. Of course, we will not list now which are more and which are less developed countries of the EU. But that is the joint effort, solidarity between these countries. So this is really the phenomenon, something special, and we could be happy with it. We, as Poland, as the country which is still in, at least some of its regions are still below the EU average, we can be really very pleased with that cooperation and benefit from that. And this cooperation, which is shown, and also we are analyzing what's going on around us, and this is done here at the forum of Mazovia Development, and at this Mazovian Development Forum you can share your experiences, and I wish you so that today, at this 13th Mazovia Development Forum, you benefited as much as possible for yourself. So thank you so much, Marshal. The 13th Forum, it's a lucky number. So thank you very much for your words. Now it's high time that the host takes place. So Mariusz Frankowski, Director of the Mazovia Union for the Implementation of EU Programs. The stage, please come onto the stage. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, we would have a slight change. Before that, Mr. Sendek would like to say a few words. Sure, please, go ahead. So thank you very much, Director. As gentlemen, masters and colleagues and councillors from the Mazovian Assembly, representatives of local governments, businessmen, representatives of the third sector, all the guests. Then indeed, 13 is a lucky number. I don't have to convince anyone, especially that yesterday, that was the 13th November, and I do hope that even in this case, the forum would be really perfect, and because of that number, and everybody here at the forum will really be doing networking. They will get some ideas, but not only that, but they would also have more initiatives in the future. 20 years of Poland's membership of EU, 20 years will happen in a year's time, very soon, in fact. So this is related also with to the development of Mazovia. So we've had many support programs used here, and in this changing Europe and changing Poland and changing cohesion policy, as Marshal Strik mentioned, the debate which is ongoing now about the cohesion fund in the future is of great importance, because there are discussions what would be the impact of that fund and how it will stimulate the development of Mazovia region. We will see it soon. But what is the most important, I'd like to mention, is the symbiosis between innovation policies between the regional government at the voivodeship level and the central government. So I don't have to tell you there is nothing worse than a centralization of power, because it takes away the possibilities of impacting and stimulating regional and local economy. So I'm convinced today that the changes that took place yesterday and that we will observe in the coming weeks will definitely change the situation, and the key thing will also change, which we should mention, that is the funds from the National Recovery and Resilience Program, and we do wait for such funds from that program here in Mazovia as well, because we really need such development funds. It stimulates the economy, creates jobs, and leads to effectiveness generally, and people are becoming happier because they see that their cities are developing, and this is really important for the whole society, which is then happy. So thank you very much, the regional government of Mazovia, for organizing this great event. So indeed, I don't have to convince everyone that Europe is likable. So thank you very much, Mr. Podstandek. So now Wiesław Raboszczuk, Vice Marshal of the Mazovian Region. So Marshal representatives of the European Commission who have joined us remotely, councillors from the Mazovia assemblies, representatives of the regional government, of Mazovian universities, of representatives of the European Commission, representatives of all, say, regions, or all of you who have come here today or are watching us via our channels, that is the internet. So I've been thinking which forum it is, I mean, which number. So Marszałek mentioned that it's been his 10th. No, he's been here with us from the beginning, but I am at the 10th forum. So for the 10th time, I'm opening the Mazovia Development Forum. I'll be brief. I'd like to thank Commissioner Ferreira, Commissioner for Cohesion and Reform, for the message that she gave us today. On the one hand, we see that that's the beginning of perspective 21-27, because that's the beginning, because we are at the end of 2014-2020. But what Madam Commissioner said is that we are already starting working on cohesion policy, development policy at the European, national and regional level in all EU member states in the future. This debate is very important. Mr. Marshall also mentioned then we all, as representatives of regional governments, also implementation units, implementing bodies, and the scientific sector, entrepreneurs, we are all joining that debate because it is of key importance to know how cohesion policy will look in the future and how we would be able to really make use to use that chance. I'd like to thank Marshall for supporting the region for years, not only as the Marshall, a representative of the European Committee of the Regions. I'd like to thank the Voivodeship Board for placing trust in me, and for that I am beginning now the following financial perspective. Yes, so, well, we've mentioned this phenomenon. So we've been almost 20 years in the EU. A lot of investment was made, and by the end of this period, it was almost 5,800 projects implemented for almost 8.7 billion zlotys. The value, especially now, of that money, of course, we may feel it now, which is so difficult when there's been war going on east of our border, so the times are turbulent. Now we see also the conflict in the Middle East, what's going on in the Gaza Strip, so there's been a lot of tensions and really turbulent times. So the money is also guarantees our safety and security. Well, we have also gone through difficult times of the pandemic, as mentioned by Marshal Struzik and Mr. Sendek. We've been fighting for the health of our families and ourselves, and then a lot of funds from Mazovian region was invested in hospitals. Over 500 million Polish zlotys in the project implemented by the Mazovia government was allocated to 70 hospitals, mainly equipment, life-saving equipment was bought, and that was crucial during the pandemic. It was one of the biggest, maybe the biggest project in the EU. The war, the pandemic, so these are the challenges of the contemporary world. Another one is climate change. We are all experiencing extreme weather conditions, floods, fires, droughts, and we definitely cannot be indifferent about it. So all these issues, the environment, security and health, are interconnected. That's why it's so important to use EU money. I encourage you to do that in this new financial perspective. I'd like now to mention two important things that I've been trying to emphasize within the last 2 years here. I mean, I'm exercising at various regional conferences and now at this forum. So the very membership of the EU, it's not only financial support worth billions, not only more comfort in everyday life and traveling, business development, or scientific sector development. The EU is first and foremost the community of values. I am really under the impression of the attitudes of young people aged 18, 19, and they don't remember the times when Poland was not part of the EU. For them, it's been a reality for years being part of the EU. So a month ago, these young people for the first time took part in the election. And this is the foundation of democracy. And we must remember that democracy is one of the supreme values of the EU. It must be put it clearly. These young people really passed. That is very good because they attended really the election. So democracy, equality, rule of law, these are not abstract ideas. This is the guarantee of our security. We must bear it in mind. The second thing that I'd like to now say, and I've been saying it for 2 years now, it's a commitment to how beneficiaries use EU funds. I mean, this is a duty to each beneficiary to use funds, and we mustn't forget that we should be informing the public about it, that it is a duty to use EU funds. It is not just incidental money to be provided just at random. No, these are EU funds to be used properly. It should be emphasized, and you should all remember about that, all who implement projects, that even small support should be really highlighted, should be marked in the logos. This recovery program was mentioned, so I'm sure that the money for Poland should soon be distributed to Poland, to Mazovia as well. So I'm sure that in a few weeks' time the money would be deblocked. So, well, finally, I wish you a fruitful discussion during these 2 days of Mazovia Development Forum. You will have, I hope, inspiring ideas. You will exchange experiences, prepare new projects, and in a few months' time we could say that the new program has already been launched to the benefit of the inhabitants of Mazovia region. And I declare the 13th Mazovia Development Forum open. So thank you very much. Mariusz Frankowski, Director of the Mazovian Union for the Implementation of EU Programs. Well, just to think that the words that we've just heard are just the introduction to the debates that we are about to start. Yes, we are starting these, so that's the end of the opening, and the forum is officially open. So now we will have the first debate.
Region potencjałów, rola
Region of the potential, the role of the European Union in the development of Mazovia's competitors. Hashtag 25 years of Mazovia. So this is the first debate during which we will discuss how EU has been supporting the development of Mazovia for almost 20 years. A lot has changed throughout this period. A lot has been said about it by the preceding speakers. There will be also more possibilities from EU programs for 2021-2027. Of course, as you know, each discussion needs its host. So now I have a pleasure to say that the debate would be really moderated by engineer Professor Duval from Warsaw University of Technology. And please come on stage and let me invite panelists now. Adam Strusik, Marshal of the Mazovian Voivodeship, and hopefully we are connected to Simon Szanek, Deputy Director of the Poland Union Director General for Regional and Urban Policy from the European Commission.
Hello, Mr. Szanek, can you hear us?
Hello, dobry.
Hello, good morning.
Brussels.
Thank you for joining us today. We'll be in touch shortly. Zapraszamy również profesora doktora habilitowanego inżyniera Adama Woźniaka, prorektora do spraw rozwoju Politechniki Warszawskiej.
Mamy również nadzieję, że jest z nami Michał Olszewski, zastępca prezydenta miasta Warszawy, now Michał Olszewski, Deputy Mayor of the capital city of Warsaw and President of Association Metropolia Warsaw. So we wish fruitful discussions now to the panelists, and let me also invite people to the off, let's say, stage, because there are many speakers there and a lot of important topics would be discussed there as well.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Good morning, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the first debate devoted to the region and the 25 years of functioning of local governments and 19 years in the European Union. Already today we've been discussing the values related to the 2 decades of our presence in the European Union. The debate has been prepared in such a way as we are for me to ask questions toward the participants of the panel discussion in general, and then I've also prepared some individual questions to individual panelists, depending on the time. So let me ask the first question to the Marshal of the Mazovian Voivodeship. Marshal, looking at the 25 years of the local governments, and thanks to the Berlin agenda, since the year 2000, Mazovia as the region has had a chance to use external forms of finance, pre-accession funds and then accession funds, as has already been said. If you were to list the 3 most important factors of supporting the development, what would you mention? Well, this is not a simple answer, because actually there are very many factors like that. But if I was to sum up the 25 years, I'd say that, of course, the social and economic transformation in Poland has constituted the basis of what we are doing now. Definitely, the self-government, in 1999, in 1990, it was the first time where the municipal governments were established, and then starting from 1999, the powiat level was also included, and voivodeship level. And 7% of EU funds go to the managing authorities at the regional level in our countries. And local governments, municipal governments, urban and rural local governments are among the beneficiaries of these funds. Well, apart from that, we also have enterprises, businesses, research and development centers. So generally speaking, the local governments have become the source of ideas, concepts, and positive thinking about the changes at the local level. And on the other hand, we had EU funds allocated for this purpose. As I've already said during my opening speech, we are obtaining these EU funds, and we absorb these funds, and we use them to positively change the reality we live in. And this is a very important element. It is of key importance. I mean, the public have taken the responsibility for their own development in their hands. Well, development of entrepreneurship is very important in the Mazovia region. We have more than several thousand companies developed, starting from small and medium businesses, but we also have huge companies like Orlen company, and offering the products and services that contribute to Poland's GDP, and they also give a chance for local governments to develop better. So I would like to emphasize the innovative nature of our companies, also those that have foreign shareholders. Actually, foreign investors are willing to invest in our region. We have several thousand companies, businesses with a foreign capital. Another feature of the Mazovian region is very good cooperation between the manufacturing sector and the research and development sector. And this also with participation of local governments, and also numerous innovation and technology transfer centers have been established in this region. So this cooperation is at a very high level, and EU policies are the last important factor. All the transformations leading to the improvement of our living conditions are initiated by the EU, like the environmental protection, digitization, implementation of IT solutions. These are also the goals of the EU policy. So this plus the EU funds contribute to the development of our region. Thank you very much, Marshall. Rector, we've heard about the local government perspective and the business perspective, so the same question to you from the university perspective, the scientific perspective. Well, as the Marshal has said, there are many factors that need to be taken into account, but let me focus on those that the academic community believe are the most important. The capital of knowledge and innovation in Warsaw, we have approximately 20 institutions of higher education in Warsaw itself. We, among that, the University of Warsaw, the biggest one in Poland, and the Warsaw Technical University, again the biggest one in Poland. And St. Kruszczyk has also mentioned the Warsaw Medical University being the biggest medical university in Poland, so the academic potential is really big. And among those higher education institutions also include those that are among the top 10 representing very high scientific and research level, but also implementing the mission of educating engineers for the needs of the developing economy of our country. And also the third mission would be innovation, the cooperation with the manufacturing sector. So the potential is really big. Let me also note that another factor is related to the investment in research and development infrastructure. During the last 17 years, the Warsaw Technical University obtained 1.7 billion zlotys, huge funds actually, that were used to finance very important projects like Technology Transfer Center. One of those has been established at the Warsaw Technical University. Another technology center that has been transformed into innovation center. We support the transfer of knowledge and solutions to the economy. We have, universities no longer wait for companies to come to universities asking for solutions. We have become more active and we offer our solutions to industry. We also implement lots of research and development projects where this technology transfer aspect is of importance. So this, I would believe, are the most important factors. Thank you very much, Rector. President, when getting ready for today's debate, I've noticed that one of the topics that you are involved in is the issue of metropolis. We've heard about the business and local government perspective, educational perspective. So let's change the perspective once again. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for mentioning that I've also been the president of the Warsaw Metropolis since 2018. Thanks to the cooperation with the Marshal's Office, we've been able to strengthen the cooperation within the metropolis, the cooperation between the municipalities. Right now, we have 71 local units within the Warsaw metropolis. We are the biggest metropolis in Poland, bigger than the Upper Silesian metropolis. And actually, the Warsaw metropolis was established in 1998 as an association of several municipalities, but thanks to our efforts and the efforts of the voivodeship government, because actually the marshal has been with us since the very beginning, we've been able to establish closer cooperation. Mazovia is really lucky because of having the Mazovian metropolis, but Mazovian metropolis is very lucky being part of the Mazovia region. The city, which is situated in the central part of the region, is the capital city of Poland at the same time, and it's the biggest research and development center. I mean, of course, 90% of the higher education institutions are located in Warsaw itself, but there are also some around Warsaw. If we're asking about the perspective of the metropolis, let me mention the human perspective. If Mazovia was a separate country, it would probably be at the end of the list of strong countries in Europe. But Warsaw and Mazovia use the mutual potential. We have a big potential related to innovation, and also our potential related to education of personnel is very high. And the higher education institutions every year have like 50 to 60 thousand graduates every year. So at the same time, Mazovia is a big resource base for Warsaw, and it's not by accident that the industry that is now developing in Warsaw, let me just mention one, the food industry producing highly processed products, foodstuffs, well, thanks to the big demand here in the region, the companies from that sector were able to develop and actually have become important players on the European market. They couldn't do as well if not for the strength of the Mazovian region. We also have a very close relation between the urban and rural areas in the region. Well, this we can further discuss during the answer to the next question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us now change the perspective once again. We have Director Simon Szenew, the Deputy Director of the Poland unit in the Director General for Regional Urban Policy. Let us now switch the perspective to the EU perspective. And the question to you is, what are the priorities of the European Union for the coming years, and what should we pay special attention to in the coming years?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers for making this remote participation possible. Although it would have been great to be there with you and be able to network, because I think this is the greatest added value of events like this one. On the question, I think it can be tackled from various angles. I would probably put the emphasis, since we are in a development forum discussion, on the economic development. In that sense, I think the green and digital transition would be the short answer in terms of the priorities of the Union in the coming years. And my field of specialization is cohesion policy. So from that angle, what we see is that in the perspective 21-27, this priority has really guided the programming of investments. We have 93 billion for the overall cohesion policy that will be directed towards green Europe, and we have 73 billion that will be going for smarter and competitive. And in that context, I think it's relevant to look at the situation in Mazovia, and we will see that these priorities are also reflected in the current program 21-27, where for Green Europe, almost a third of the program is earmarked, more than 900 million, if I'm not wrong, from the EU contribution, and the national co-financing will go for energy efficiency, renewable, environmental measures. And at the same time, we have more than 300 million that are dedicated for SMEs, competitive measures, research and innovation. In that context, probably it could be interesting for the future to know that the Commission also proposed in June last year further adaptations to the legal framework that would make possible facilitate investments in technology to deliver the green transition. This is called and known as the STEP proposal, the Strategic Technologies for Europe platform, and this is part of a package negotiated currently by the Council and the European Parliament. So it's something to pay attention in the future. Priority in terms of cohesion policy is also the implementation of the Just Transition Fund. Although Mazovia is not directly concerned by it, I think it's a very important point. It's also a fund that can be seen, in my personal opinion, as a kind of a test case or an example for the future, because it combines social and infrastructure measures in one fund, which is a bit of a novelty for cohesion policy. So these are the priority. I think for Mazovia, it's important to keep the pace, and for the program implementation, it's important to keep the pace. There is an excellent stage for the 2014-20 program. Like for whole Poland, Poland is the European champion in terms of financial implementation, and I think it's very important that the new program, the current one, actually takes with the same speed. So project preparation, publication of codes, this is very big priority at present. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Director. No to w takim bądź razie wracamy z powrotem do naszego regionu. Panie marszałku, co w praktyce dla pana jako marszałka województwa mazowieckiego oznacza, że nasz region jest najbardziej innowacyjny, ale niczym poproszę o odpowiedź na to pytanie, to może jeden fakt. Od momentu wejścia do Unii Europejskiej cały czas niezmiennie zajmujemy jako kraj to samo miejsce, jeżeli chodzi o ranking innowacyjności. Jesteśmy w grupie krajów wschodzących. Czy
We are one of emerging countries, so what about this non-changeability of the place? Does it really translate into innovation? And what does it mean for you, Marshall, from the perspective of innovation? So generally, we have always a problem with political decisions and with the level of our own domestic funds, national funds for research and development, for technology transfer, and even some countries which are smaller than Poland allocate in percentage terms much more of their GDP or their budget for supporting this process. So we've already said that Mazovia is an exception because 35% of Polish research and development potential is located in Mazovia. And because we have so many universities, and there are almost 100 of them, if we count all universities, I mean schools of higher education. So we have the leading universities also in this part of Europe. If we also take into account research and development institutes and high level of entrepreneurship, then the flow of innovation understood as knowledge and technology transfer to the production sphere is higher compared to other Polish regions, and in that sense we are a leader. Of course, there is still a great deal to be done, but professor is in charge of the institution which deals with stimulating entrepreneurship, creating new innovative companies, startups, which are often established based on some inventions or new technology. Mazovia is innovative as regards the functioning of the structure of our voivodeship administration. And our decisions are important here because we were able to launch 20 various support programs for our partners in local governments, in municipalities, for NGOs. We implement various health promotion programs or such programs related to the environment, like clean air, or those supporting investment, or to counteract or mitigate climate change. We have a unique program for supporting water management companies that deal with water management at the lowest level. So I can mention many more, of course. So the voivodeship as a whole, because it has been already mentioned, there's been close cooperation between the capital city, metropolis, and the whole voivodeship. It's not so really common in our country to have very good relationships and cooperation between this kind of central entity and its direct environment. And in various economic segments, not only at universities or research institutes, it is important, but we also have industry, very powerful chemical industry. But our industry is mainly based on state-of-the-art technologies. IT is developing rapidly, as well as services in that area, everything which is a carrier of, let's say, state-of-the-art solutions. Although Poland, on average, is still not at the highest level, is still just at the level of countries with kind of average level of innovation, but Mazovia is a leader. But it doesn't mean that we should be pleased with that and not do anything further. So, Rector, first of all, thank you very much that you mentioned Warsaw University. So, from the university perspective, is the University of Technology innovative? Of course it is, very much so. Very much so, that's obvious. The University of Technology. Let me tell you, if we discuss innovation from the perspective of the best technological university in the region, how do you see that innovativeness? Let's say, let me start with general things. The development of Mazovia voivodeship against the background of EU is really unquestionable. So we can give some figures, like increase in average GDP per capita, which is at the moment, as far as I remember well, 123 of the EU average. So it is a lot. As the first region, we became one of these better developed regions. As for expenditure on innovation, Mazovia region has the highest such expenditure compared to other regions. In Poland, it is about 35%. So that shows that there is correlation between the innovation potential and the capex on that. Marshall mentioned that for Poland, the situation is not so well because expenditure on innovation in Poland, across Poland, for the whole Poland, is quite low compared to the EU. But again, we see this is correlated to the fact that our innovation level as a country is not so high. It's rather average or low, except for Mazovia that has greater potential. Is Warsaw University of Technology innovative? We do our best so that we could contribute to the development of innovative economy, knowledge-based. And we have also this center of technology, which is represented here, does a lot in that respect. We recently published 700 pages of the catalog of innovation that we offer through the economy. So we have many data that we can quote. As regards startup in Poland, our region and Dolny Śląsk, that is Lower Silesia, has the biggest number of startups. I don't know, 7% of all startups. Each of them has 20%. The next region has half of that. That shows that our activities do make sense, although on the European scale, expenditure on research and innovation is not sufficient. I very much agree that there are some innovation not finished, like the Center of Advanced Innovation and Technology. EU funds were allocated, and well, we manufacture semiconductors there in Poland for the developing economy, for the military, for the public administration. But unfortunately, we as a country are unable to spend just $500 million to put their new technological lines that could work well. We have clean rooms, we have specialists, we have technology, but we don't have this kind of final part which is necessary here. So, and in 1994, the semiconductor manufacturing plant in Teva was closed, so we don't produce here semiconductors. How possible that such well-developed countries should not invest in semiconductors, which are the basis for further innovation? Thank you very much. Mayor, Metropolis of Innovation, innovative metropolis, or what is it? Like. So definitely the metropolis, which is a good place to live. I would not say that innovation is a kind of fetish, which is a kind of a key element for economic development. It is one of the important elements, and metropolis, as the whole Mazovia can brag about, 25% of potential research is Mazovia. It's 1/4 of the whole Poland's potential. So regardless of where you are, Mazovia is the leader of innovation. Obviously, it is so that, of course, we are still lagging behind in many areas, and we are catching up. And in that area, we are still a follower. I mean, as regards innovation. as a country. But do remember that many solutions that today are introduced thanks to a regional program, which is one of our metropolitan programs as regards e-care. These are the programs which are also winning foreign markets, and these are Warsaw patents here invented by spin-offs set up at Warsaw University of Technology or Military University of Technology, because they had a specific project in that. For us at the metropolis or the authorities of the metropolis, innovation is one of the 5 key elements of our strategy. But let's remember about the quality of our economy, and there are other parameters important here. We see that we have a low unemployment rate, that we know how the housing market works, and the availability of various types of services like health services, social services here in the metropolis. Let's not forget that in order to create a good economy, we need things that we forget about them very often on a daily basis. Let me share one reflection. 3 years ago, we did some identification of needs of the companies that bring their talents here to Warsaw to develop their activity. They are big corporations, big global multinationals that locate their hubs for Central Europe, Central Eastern Europe. They also provide services to countries east of Poland. Well, because of the war now, they also relocated to Warsaw, and I personally was surprised that the first 3 elements which were pointed out to by them, which are important for them, to show Warsaw as a place worthwhile to go to. It was not really education, but the quality of air, access to healthcare, and access to preschools or creches. So that's very important. So thanks to the dialogue with the Marshal Office, in the previous perspective, we created a program for metropolis under integrated investments. It was complementary. It did not focus on innovation, but on mobility and the quality of human resources, because that's important. As innovation, in my opinion, is given too much attention. They are important, of course, for various ranking, but to build a stable economic base, we need more than innovation. Thank you, Mayor. And now let's change the perspective. Let's go to the level of region. Now the next question to Director Simon Szenew, Director, Cohesion Policy in the Regional Development. How, from the perspective of achieving the goals of cohesion policy, is Mazovia region evaluated?
Thank you. I think already the Commissioner in her welcome address singled Mazovia as an example. She even used the words, if I quote well, inspiring and thought. And the figure leave no doubt. The GDP per capita tripled over 20 years. But for me, it's very interesting, and perhaps I will share this personal story. Is that I was in 2005, and you could already feel a great dynamism in the city. And in the following years, I have the opportunity to come back on a regular basis. And for me, it was really intriguing and captivating to see the evolution of the city. It was the speed with which it was improving, and things were getting better and more beautiful was incredible. So you could definitely just as a citizens from your own perspective, or when you look at the figures, you see the incredible path in terms of development that has been passed. So it's definitely an example for cohesion policy, because the region has benefited from so many funds. Now, let's not be too complacent. Mazovia also suffers from another problem that is common a bit to capital regions, with the capital in itself and the surrounding areas. And the big question is how to reduce this in my view, already with the programming of budgets, we have one of the solutions on the table. If we look at the 21-22 perspective, out of the 2 billion in investment for the region, 1.5 billion is directed to the least developed areas, and only the 500 million to the more developed part. So this is part of the solution. I think another positive element that can lead us to positive results is the experience of the administration of local authorities. We have already a body that manages the funds for 16 years. So we can expect that they get the sensitivity and experience how to address these regional disparities. And probably the third point to add, on which one needs to emphasize, is the administrative capacity, also not only in terms of the administration but also of all stakeholders, so beneficiaries, NGOs, because the partnership principle is at the heart of the cohesion policy, and the success is rooted in the fact that all partners participate in the preparation, the implementation, and the evaluation of projects. So I think when we have these three points, we can hope that for positive outcomes for the region as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, so we already know, we've shown how Mazovia looks, we've shown you what in fact innovation means, innovative Mazovia means, what is the European Commission to the regions, to the development of regions. But the world is changing, the environment is changing, the reality is changing. What has happened in the recent years shows that all of us, I mean economists and politicians, decision makers, claim that we should create the economy that would defend itself against such changes. Marshall, what does the resilience of the region mean for you, and what is behind the region's resilience, looking at it from the perspective of Mazovia development? So we are now witnessing all these black swans. It was really mentioned in these introductions today. So these black swans appear in the new economic global situation, the epidemic, troubles with semiconductors, the break of supply chains, or the very unstable and rapidly increasing energy prices. That means, I mean, the world is developing, we are going forward, there's been some progress, but there are still potential dangers. And if I was to change briefly, say briefly what to say resilience is, for me it is flexibility, the skill of reacting rapidly and flexible action, and that pertains to all segments of life, to entrepreneurship, obviously, to the world of science, and to local regional governments and healthcare. Here, the pandemic was the clinical example of that, because the whole world, the developed world as well, was surprised by the pathogen that had not been identified before. So the consequences were incredible, plus such incredible ideas like closing forests. I'm saying that to make you aware that some people did not have imagination what to do in order to really save human civilization. And I may say that we reacted, and 550 million was allocated for some purchases. We are finishing these purchases. This was 550 million zlotys, which was allocated for 70 hospitals of various categories, from Poznan through Wątróg, through various sectors and university, 500 rescue stations. We bought 50 ambulances. Now we would have 130. So somehow kind of mobile hospitals were established. Thanks to that, we reacted to the threats, let's say, to life quite quickly, and we were one of the first to do it. So as Director Frankowski said, we were able to implement the biggest program in Europe. But that was because we immediately had a sense of duty, and that was financed by EU funds. Of course, there was our own contribution at 15%, but that was the skillful use of funds and the consent of the European Commission. And I'm very grateful to that, to the European Commission. We did not have to wait long. EU procedures are long, but we got the consent immediately, and we were able to buy certified pieces of equipment and personal protective equipment. So Dreamliners went and brought 40 tons of certified equipment, thanks to good relations with our foreign partners. So that is an example. But that pertains to everything. If we now face the challenge of clean air, of reducing greenhouse gases, it is the world scale or European scale challenge. We also want to act here by implementing the program from the micro scale, like educating energy advisors for each municipality, so that they have a man or a woman to tell them which programs could be used for that or how to approach it. And also there is another problem of energy poverty. This is a European problem, and we have a program that we help some people who are not able to change their heating system. So this is the issue of reacting to some important things, even pathological problems. So we have to create flexibility. So of course IT development is important here to have it all well organized.
Our regional innovation strategy includes elements like modern elements of management. So resilience is being flexible, is being possible to act, because what is the problem if you face threats? Well, its ability to act, and what we've built during the 25 years of functioning of the Mazovian Voivodeship, good cooperation with other local governments, with the world of academia, with businesses, offering different support tools. All this gives us the possibility to be flexible and act quickly. Thank you very much, Marshal. Director, resilience of a university? Well, resilience, we're building the resilience of our university. Again, we've had this experience connected with pandemic, but also the war in Ukraine. Maybe it does not, I mean, the war does not impact us directly, but we have war in cyberspace, for example. More than 50% of universities have experienced attacks on their IT infrastructure. We've also had that experience, so we are building the better resilience of the network. We've established the Cybersecurity Center at the Warsaw Technical University that's taking care of that. It's developing recommendations, and well, actually that attack happened 2 years ago. Since then, nothing more has happened. But this is the first element of building resilience of the Mazovian region and the entire country. As for our participation in what has happened behind our border, the war in Ukraine, we've also tried to help as well as we could. We accepted the refugees who came here. We allocated our dormitories for that purpose. So we wanted to contribute to the building of the resilience. I've also noticed that in the programs that you offer, under which you can implement projects, you also pay attention to such projects protecting resilience or contributing to resilience. This is one of the criteria that are taken into account in the project assessment process. Well, as has already been said, resilience may be related to flexibility, it can be related to safety, and what about your perspective? Well, from the perspective of the city, locality is of key importance from the economic point of view. The more resources we are able to generate locally, the more resilient we'll be. I mean, we've had problems with supply chains, and we have to bear in mind that similar situations may be repeated in the future. Well, it's hard for me to evaluate the crisis related to the COVID-19 pandemic, but as far as the migration crisis is concerned, I think we've passed the test. That was a test for the entire country, not for individual institutions. This also shows how important tolerance and openness is. Something that was fear built by certain communities 3 years ago. Once it became a fact, the public turned out to be pretty open. So locality is of importance, building of locality is important, openness is also important, and the ability to build flexible strategies for the future. So this is what I can say as well. To sum up what has been said, I don't want to repeat what the rector or the marshal have already said. And once again, well, the last time in this debate, we are going to the level of the regions, Director Shanov. How did the process of decentralization of management impacted the prospects of the regions? Like, for example, Mazovian region, one of the biggest regions in the European Union. The decentralization process, how did it impact it?
Yep, thank you. I think the beauty of cohesion policy is that there is no one size fits all solution, and if you look at the different member states, the different regions, you will see an implementation modes. Now, when you mention decentralization, we understand it in the sense of the delegation of decision making making authority from the central level to the local authorities. And the general observation is that this works very well in Poland, and it's not by chance. It was also mentioned in the introduction of the commissioner, this increasing responsibility upon the regions to manage cohesion policy, starting from 25%, 40% in 14-20 period, and now 44%, I think, of the funds are managed by the regional programs. And the decentralization in this respect has its very positive features, because it allows for tailor-made approaches. There is a proximity between the authorities and beneficiaries. Respectively, there is more accountability from authorities to the constituents. This allows also more effective responses in case of crisis, as was discussed by the previous panelists. So the general conclusion is that this works very well for Poland, and in particular in Mazovia. And I'll probably, as a last word, put indeed the emphasis that the implementation modes are as important as the volumes, and in the context of cohesion policy. And that's why very often we put emphasis in particular implementation modes. And if we look at integrated territorial investments, which is one model of channeling investments, we see that the Warsaw ITI delivered great results in the 14-20 perspective, with the collaboration of 40 municipalities. The achievements were really great, and there were tangible benefits for the citizens on the ground. And this is here where I will finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Zbliżamy się do końca naszej debaty.
We're coming to an end of our debate.
To, co ja zaplanowałem,
well,
a mianowicie
you're going to change what I have planned. Let us summarize this debate in the following way. We've been locked in time capsules. And while you're there and you're going to wake up in 25 years' time, what will be the Mazovian region in 25 years? Well, I thought you were going to say that we need to go to the West because there is civilization there. Wow. I see Mazovia as a very coherent and happy region with happy and successful people living there. They are healthy, they eat well. So this is happy Mazovia. Of course, thanks to the common effort. Thank you. Well, I hope I live long enough to see it. Director? Well, I remember a scene from the same movie when those main heroes finally surfaced to the ground and saw storks flying, and they said, well, storks are there so we can live. So I would like I see the Mazovian region with undestroyed natural environment. Hopefully we will also develop. I would like to thank the Marshal and the Director for the very good cooperation between the Mazovian unit for the implementation of EU programs and the authorities of the voivodeship, because we've had very cooperation with them. It's a pity that semiconductor sector is not developing, cannot be developing here. But this is quite an interesting case. We have something that could function, but we cannot further invest in that. We're going to have some conductors in 25 years. I think, well, maybe instead of spending several million for building factories in other sectors, maybe we should spend $500,000 from the semiconductor business. Okay, I would like to join in the thanks for the good cooperation with the authorities, the city, the metropolis, and the Warsaw Technical University. It's easy for me to answer this question because we've already thought about that. Warsaw is going to have 250,000 inhabitants more. It will have at least 2 new big housing districts, 2 new centers where industry will develop, will have more stable structure of the industry based on new technologies, modern technologies, including gaming sector. We also have the food industry very well developed, highly processed foods. And the availability of Warsaw will definitely improve, not through the central communication hub, but through better rail connections. And each inhabitant looking out of the window will see a tree. This is important. Well, to end this debate, I would like to summarize in just one sentence. So we have innovation, we have the region, we have decentralization of management, we have development, but also we have a certain perspective. And I think it would be great if in this new 2021-2027 perspective, which hopefully be initiated soon, well, hopefully we'll be real beneficiaries of the funds available for this program in 5 years, and hopefully we'll be able to absorb them at the same level as under the previous perspective, because we are a leader in that, in the European Union. So once again, Director, Marshal, Rector, President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this first part of the debate. Thank you.
Dr. Przemysław Dubel z Uniwersytetu
Przemysław
Warszawskiego.
Dubel from Warsaw University, thank you very much for moderating this first debate. I thought that you will say that in 25 years' time you will wake up in the world with no man. You haven't mentioned that well. So I would like to thank the Marshal of the Voivodeship, the Mayor of the capital city of Warsaw, etc. At 2:10 sorry, we are going to hear about the winners of the competition that has been mentioned. And at 12, we are going to start the new debate. It will concern energy transformation and the development of cities and regions and the related challenges. Thank you very much.
Proszę Państwa, witamy Państwa na kolejnej debacie w ramach 13. Forum Rozwoju Mazowsza środowiskowo
So now welcome the next debate, environmentally neutral energy transformation and the development of cities and regions. So as you may guess, we will discuss the debate, the green development of Mazovia. This is one of the directions of development that bring us closer to the Green Deal implementation at the EU level, and we would use more effectively natural resources. Thanks to that, we would, of course, take care of the clean air, and hence we will have better conditions to live, and that is related to taking care of health. So Bartosz Dubiński, President of the Mazovian Energy Agency, will be the moderator. Please come on to stage. So the panelists are Andrzej Nowakowski, Mayor of Płock, so please join us. Daniel Puntkiewicz, Mayor of the town and commune of Piaseczno. Marcin Grącki, Deputy Director of the Office for Air Protection and Climate Policy of the capital city of Warsaw. And we do hope that Sebastian Golcz from Poland, Unit Director General for Regional and Urban Policy, European Commission, will soon join us. Are you connected? Yes. Hello. Yeah. So welcome, and now I leave you, gentlemen, for the debate. Thank you very much. I'm happy to welcome everyone, especially the panelists who are with me now at the stage. I do hope that they will give you, during these 40 years, food for thought and some inspiring observations for you in your towns, small towns and villages. So today we are going to discuss transformation, which started already, regardless of whether we want it or not. Let me focus on one thing. So far, the energy system was constructed in such a way that electric current is flowing into one direction. At a certain moment, we started constructing photovoltaic installations, and what happened? Current can flow in both directions, and that's why prosumers, that is consumers and producers of electricity at the same time, started that transformation many years ago, and now we have many external factors as well, and we don't have really any impact on them. They are beyond our control. So in, I think, 2022 was for all regional governments very challenging in terms of energy, but not only in the energy sector. So I think the panelists are really experts in energy transformation now. So why? Because most of pollution from energy comes in the construction sector and transport sector. Therefore, the representative of cities and representative of the European Commission dealing with cities are really the right team to be discussed here, how to face challenges in energy. So there are great challenges here, not only new technologies that you have to make use of, somehow have them under control. So I will ask you how you would support the distributed energy sector. That's one thing. On the other hand, the EU has very grand and ambitious plans, like Fit for 55, adopted some time ago. So 2030, this is the important year for it, and there are also some other challenges in energy. So 2040, that's another year, which is important. Next year, the European Commission will inform us that they will want to be even more ambitious as regards this goal, and that we would like to be neutral at 90%. So these are the first opinions and rumors heard from EU sources. And finally, 2050, here the European Green Deal is of importance, and we'll discuss these issues. So now getting back to the essence, transformation. The question to all of you, to all panelists: does the local government prepare itself for transformation process? Is it able to prepare itself for that and to support the process and give it a direction? So let's start with Mr. Nowakowski. Of course, the local government must be involved in the whole transformation process, but to achieve it in the best, most harmonious way, it must cooperate with the central government, with entrepreneurs and local community, and obviously draft the relevant documents, plans, strategies, which will enable later on them to achieve their goals. Unfortunately, the last years in Poland have been very difficult for Polish self-governments, local governments in this respect. So local and regional governments were just not so supported, because the government was somehow withdrawing for the last few years, have been withdrawing from green energy. We were somehow lagging behind Europe in that respect. If we had a difficult geopolitical situation related to the pandemic, war in Ukraine, and also some restrictions that the central government imposed on regional governments. Hopefully it will end. It turns out that very often regional governments, local governments had to act in respond to the challenges that were, let's say, introduced by the EU on their own. They were acting alone. So while preparing strategic plans, of course, we are trying to include our energy transformation issues, and we are trying to do it effectively by cooperating with our partners. As for the town of Płock, the city of Płock, we are the leader here as regards public-private partnerships. So the first project of the type response to such challenges was thermal modernization of public buildings, 26 buildings, and we, together with the company Siemens, effectively prepared well for these energy challenges by thermo-insulating them, these buildings, protecting heat there, or replacing in those buildings the elements related to the energy. Heating, for example, as well. So other things that we could do together with EU are related to transport, like low-emission transport, in the future zero-emission, and we are preparing now effectively to make use of the opportunities of the hydrogen transport in the future. So we are getting prepared for the challenges, and we can do it on our own, which will be difficult to achieve these things, or in collaboration with the central government, entrepreneurs and residents. But first we have to somehow convince residents that such activities are important, and to support activities related to, for example, replacement of old stoves. So as regards cooperation with residents, I read that in the town of Piaseczno, the youth council of the community started dealing with, say, climate-related issues. So this youth council used the grant from the Mazovia voivodeship for the cycle of training and the preparation for climate change, for energy transformation, energy transition. So these would be the leaders at schools who would promote the idea. So trainings are being provided right now. I did not expect it, but the youth are very much interested in such training. So I've got very positive comments on that training from the leaders that are being educated, that are being provided with that training. And, well, let me supplement to what the mayor said. The role of local governments is to communicate with residents. We are closer to residents as regards various issues, even those far away from energy transition, like repair of the road. I mean, everything has something in common with energy transition, or we are also deal with some alteration of some elements of infrastructure in the small towns, villages, or in the cities. And they ask questions about energy transition everywhere. So we are the first to ask, what are we going to do? What is ahead of us? Why we are doing that? Why are we answering that? Why? Because we should make aware the residents what is ahead of us, so that we could prepare for that, and to present to the residents the clear strategy, so that they really feel safe during these changes. Let me remind you that 2022 was a challenging year. It all started with waste and the rubbish sort of crisis. In 2020, the pandemic. In 2021, the pandemic, organization of vaccination. 2022, the war, the energy crisis, and the taxation, changes in taxation, and legal changes that the legislature imposed on us, on local and regional governments. So the really term of office was really challenging, but we managed to achieve a lot. The local government is the main buyer of energy in Piaseczna, so our energy company is one of the biggest in our commune, and we are getting prepared. They are getting prepared to somehow have less energy, or to source energy from non-distributed sources, green sources, and this is really important, and we want to have at least 11. Now we have 11 from renewable sources through photovoltaic and biogas. That is installations from waste purification, and using that for heat and electricity production. We hope that next year this would be even 60% obtained, generated from this, let's say, energy, green energy. Because we know the motivation is the price, because the price is already high, but would become higher. So this is the great incentive for us to save energy, or to also ensure other sources of energy. Okay, so while listening to the mayor, on the one hand, I am aware that in the context of what we are doing ourselves, like photovoltaic installation, which are already functioning in the municipal PGO company, thanks to EU support, and they even have generated some income. And if we, as a town, in our kindergartens, preschools, creches, we will use photovoltaics, so that to use renewable sources of energy. So, but another reflection is how the central government could not cope with some challenges, and we as local governments had to do a lot as regards the energy sector, because the government was unable to do so. We had to sell coal because of the energy crisis, because of the war in Ukraine, led to a situation where we had a shortage of coal, and local and regional governments had to deal with that, because without that we would, many of our residents would have very cold winter, so it was easy to respond to energy crises related to energy transition as well. It would have been much easier if the central government had been our ally and not people who had been hostile towards governments. Definitely, energy transition was introduced into Warsaw. We've been hearing about clean transport, so are such ambitious initiatives the response to how deal with this important topic. It's a kind of escaping the future, which is the city's response to how cope with future challenges. Yes, definitely so. It's a plus, but it's hard to say that all problems will be solved as regards emission or air pollution. For us, it is important to do it in a kind of sustainable, inclusive way, so that not to exclude anyone to plan it, so nobody is harmed. So I think that the zone of clean transport is a good example here, but climate transformation or energy transition is something bigger, and from the viewpoint of the biggest cities with the biggest administration as well, it is important to first analyze the sources of the problem, to have data, what is the major emission factor, and to wisely, effectively, and simultaneously address. So for us, milestone as regards energy transition, climate transformation was the green vision of Warsaw. So many dots have been, let's say, connected thanks to that. Because so far Warsaw has done a lot as regards renewable sources of energy, green energy transport, but that was in the form, in these puzzle elements. But this green vision of Warsaw is to arrange it all, to show where we can produce the effects most rapidly, where to allocate funds, where to focus our activities, and it is crucial. And I guess we agree that our human resources, financial resources, and time resources are limited. So we want to start with those where we can get the quickest effect at the lowest cost and gradually implement it. So it is important to arrange a process. This is crucial. And of course, effective cooperation with the central government and with residents, because aiming at climate neutrality is the job for everyone. I mean, the city that wants to be climatically neutral must also achieve that among its residents, industries, all the users and residents must be involved. It's not just the work for the local or regional government, but it must create friendly, legal and other environment and help that transformation.
And we also have Director Goch with us. Can you hear us, Director? Well, the topics of cities and regional policy is close to you because of your function, but I believe that you also know about the local governments, because you used to be a member of the local government.
Czy to jest program Repower EU, który de facto dedykuje już
well, are we only talking about Repower EU, or something that generates current challenges, or something else?
Tak, Europejski Zielony Ład jest tak naprawdę podstawą wszystkich działań.
Well, the European Green Deal is the basis for all the activities, and this is the strategy of economic development of the European Union, and this is what all other initiatives that we propose are subordinated to. Repower EU is one of the components of this European Green Deal.
Że zajmuję się trochę polityką miejską, polityką terytorialną i zajmuję się też europejskim Bauhausem.
We are also focusing on European Bauhaus. So,
i też jako człowiek, który pracował w samorządzie przez kilkanaście lat, też widzę, że tak naprawdę mamy teraz
working in the local government,
faktycznie współpraca z mieszkańcami jest takim faktorem, który jest coraz bardziej dostrzegalny, i ja myślę, że na to warto zwrócić uwagę, ponieważ to będzie
becoming more and more important, and I think that we should pay attention to that, because it's going to become an increasingly important aspect of the implementation of the assumptions that not only at the regional but also national and local level. Communication with inhabitants is of great importance. because energy transition is only possible after the mental transformation of all the inhabitants, because the local government, by definition, means all the residents of a given area, not only the authorities representing the residents. Everybody who lives in a given area is like part of the government. People are the hosts in a given area and they have to feel it. It's very important for such transformation to be efficiently conducted and to be conducted in a sustainable manner, so that the values remain unchanged. Because if we all feel that we need to manage our house, that is our city, then certain public policies may change the vectors of changes easily.
Dlatego też nowy europejski Bauhaus jest taką
inicjatywą New European Bauhaus is the initiative of the European Commission that emphasizes not only sustainable approach to construction, but also emphasizes involvement of the residents, so that the residents' voice is also heard, so that they can propose certain solutions that could be then adapted, so that people feel co-creators of the changes that we all want to implement. Well, just to respond to what has been said about communication and the clean transport zone, all these are related. In the communication, we as the institutions should have common narrative, and we should promote knowledge about other inhabitants. We know that the clean transport zone in Warsaw is also related to the fact that quite a lot of people commute from the suburbs of Warsaw to work here, like from Piaseczno, for example. So this is the challenge that we have to cope with. Here I would like to express our gratitude to the local government of Warsaw. We analyze the situation and the challenges, and we have bilateral agreements. We have the Association of the Warsaw municipalities with representation of the local governments. Well, we would like to reduce the low emissions, and this requires continuous change. I mean, the residents have to be explained that if we want to take care of public transport, we are organizing bus lanes. Of course, not all the residents like that, those who use cars mostly. Well, this is bus transportation. We also propose that certain inhabitants could use rail transport. We allocate quite a lot of money for the development of the local train connections. But of course, for that, you need a space on the tracks. If there are delays in the reconstruction of the rail system, then we won't have enough room for everybody to offer the train services. And all this needs to be explained to the inhabitants. We have to convince the residents that we are doing this for them. And that sometimes a parking lot needs to be organized, or the rail transportation hub for people to change trains. So this, of course, really also requires cooperation at different levels. Well, you've actually answered my second question that I wanted to ask about involving the citizens, because, of course, transformation has its consequences and costs. We maybe will have a chance to mention the finances later on, but, well, the local government has to face the challenges related to energy transition. Does Płock has any special recipe how to talk to the residents? Well, the public TV was the place to give bad news, but on a more serious note, yes, communication with the residents is of key importance. If you talk to them, it turns out that they understand the needs very well. The younger the people are, the better they see it. And I've emphasized that. The last years have meant management of the municipality and the residents in a crisis situation. We couldn't really get ready to those normal challenges posed by the European Union, because year after year we had to face yet another crisis, which was not necessarily our responsibility, but it was the local governments and the residents who welcomed thousands of Ukrainian refugees, and we had to help them with that. Going back to communication, Płock is one of the first cities that actually introduced the civil budget. Before that was required by the legislation. Now, we also see the changing expectations of the residents towards the local governments. You can see that when watching this citizens' budget. And not only building of infrastructure is the topic of the projects under that budget. People increasingly often mention greening of certain areas, etc. So we need to respond to the needs of the inhabitants. We address communication to the residents. Tell us where you want the trees to be planted. If only possible, we react positively to that. And, well, previously, inhabitants focused on infrastructural projects. Right now, they focus more on green projects. What is related to sustainable transport are bicycle paths, and we're trying to expand the network of bicycle roads or paths from one year to another. We encourage residents to switch to bicycle riding. Although in Płock, trying to convince people to use public transport or a bicycle is difficult, because Płock is one of those cities where the number of cars per inhabitant is the highest in Poland. Well, talking about energy transition without giving this human face to it would be difficult. European Bauhaus has been mentioned. We have a competition for engineers of new generation. It's also an idea for the introduction of environmentally related themes to projects. Yeah, let me tell you about that, because this is an excellent project, both for the city and for the Warsaw Technical University, because it combines two groups. We gave specific buildings to students, including the technical documentation of those buildings, and asked the students to develop a complex model of thermal modernization and retrofitting of these buildings, so they could work with real buildings. Some of them were municipal buildings, city buildings, We also have a newly built housing estate. And students proposed what could be done in order to improve energy efficiency of these buildings and how to finance such projects. So they not only designed something that could never happen, but they also planned for a very specific effect. So this is an example of how you can have excellent cooperation with the residents, with the youth. And we shouldn't be afraid of that, because actually residents are wise. They want to be part of the change. They don't want their role to be limited to being information recipients only. So we're talking about green projects in interest in ideas like the Warsaw Climatic Panel. We invited a group of inhabitants to tell us what they would like to implement. And Mayor Trzaskowski took an obligation to implement the ideas proposed by the residents. We are in halfway, more or less, in the implementation of those recommendations. But the citizens proposed renovation of certain buildings, also improvement in climate proofing of certain projects. So, also having this public communication unit in our city office, we try to invite the residents to talk to us rather than just wait for them to only evaluate the effects of what we propose. So the citizens are part of the change, and this is very important for us in all the processes that we implement. Well, energy transition also means social costs, but we also have to mention financial costs. Director, could you tell us something about the cost? Because European Green Deal, it's like more or less 600 billion euros. From the point of view of the European Commission, what should we pay attention to in order to become the beneficiary of such support also? Well, as I've said, cohesion policy is one of the elements that one of the objectives that should be achieved through the European Green Deal. We already have 2 billion available for that. Hopefully this will be implemented easily. In your operational program, like 38% of the allocation is for climate-related goals. So actually going through territorial policy in all those areas, we have elements of preventing unfavorable climate changes. I would like to encourage you to study the documents that have been prepared. The monitoring committee is also adopting the project selection criteria. We have direct cooperation with the Marshall Office regarding this. Usually there are almost no discrepancies
planowane nabory
I have to say that the planned
rzeczywiście zwracały dosyć dużą uwagę na to,
competitions for applications
ażeby tę odpowiedź na zmiany klimatyczne została wyrażona
focus on the response to the climate change in individual regions. As for how to write project applications, I think you know very well what it looked like in the previous years.
Ta perspektywa finansowa jest najbardziej zieloną perspektywą finansową, to trzecia.
The current financial perspective is the greenest financial perspective, the third one in a row. We've heard that funds are still missing for some asphalt to be laid. But these are more and more rare. Right now, we would like to move away from the heavy structural or infrastructural projects, because please believe me, maybe you don't see it, because you live in Poland every day, but if you don't live in Poland and visit the country just from time to time, you can see the effect of the transformation of the infrastructure already. So we are at the European level in some places, and in some places we've even exceeded the average European level. So now the time has come for us to do the same, to achieve the climate-related goals and objectives. And I'm convinced that based on your determination, your openness, and your experience, this will be a natural process that will be implemented on a continuous basis. Well, actually, we have like 1 minute left for each panelist, but I would like to end this conversation on a positive note. So, transformational transition means costs. So what could be the benefits of this process that we all are part of, whether we like it or not? Well, I don't know, Director, how frequently you come to Poland, but yes, there has been a certain turning point that we've had recently, and probably we will not like concrete, pour concrete for the central communication hub. We'll focus on other projects. I believe that the Mazovian region, just as in the previous periods also now, will be the leader. We already have projects prepared, and we know that the competitions that are going to be announced will have clear and transparent criteria, and will be ready to get these funds. Thank you very much.
Jeżeli chodzi o optymizm, optymistyczne jest to, że ja wierzę w to, że pieniądze są i my sobie poradzimy z wydatkowaniem efektywnym
cope with spending this money in an efficient manner to the benefit of our inhabitants. I think that what is needed is the dialogue between institutions and between the cities, municipalities, metropolis, although here we would need some support from the legislator, because officially we just have one metropolis in Poland, and there are other metropolitan regions or areas. So we need to get ready to absorb the money, and this requires cooperation. And we also need cooperation between local governments so that we can create a common system of support to our inhabitants, and so that we can modernize our infrastructure towards better energy efficiency, reduction of low emissions, and improvement of climate for our inhabitants. Well, everything has already been said. It's hard to add anything. We have the whole shelf of projects that are waiting for the funds. We're waiting for the reconstruction and resilience plan funds to be unblocked. And we are just waiting for the time when we'll be able to take out the projects from our shelf and influence it. So this is optimistic. Director, we have just 1 minute left. Any word of summary from your side? Well, I'm just waiting for the payment applications so that we can improve them. So I keep my fingers crossed. I'm very positive about the future of the Mazovian region. I'm sure that Mazovia will be able to achieve the climate objectives. We are here for you. I'm also responsible for the region of Mazovia. And if there are any doubts or if you need some support, please get in touch with me. Thank you very much. Let me just say that we have projects prepared already, worked out based on the public-private partnership concept. We've prepared a project with Orlen, for example, where the water discharged by the inhabitants after being cleaned can be used for technical processes in Orlen company, in Orlen installations. So Orlen needs quite a lot of water, and we will reduce water consumption because the rainwater or purified sewage can be used as technological water in Orlen company. Thank you very much. Well, I really feel optimistic after today's debate. I believe that both transformational transition and the energy sector, at least in the Polish language, are feminine. So there are women, and this makes us even more optimistic.
Thank you so much. Mayor, thank you, gentlemen. Sebastian Gold, thank you so much. You Poland Department Director General for Regional Tourism, Marcin Gromski, Deputy Director of Office for Air Protection and Climate Policy, Capital City of Warsaw, Daniel Budkiewicz, Mayor of the City and Commune of Gazeta, and Andrzej Nowakowski, Mayor of Polska. The debate was moderated by Bartosz Dubiński, President of the Mazovian Energy Agency. Thank you. So now, Cities Partnership Initiative, benefits for cities from mutual cooperation. So let me invite onto the stage Daniel Wąsik, Head of the Urban Policy Department in the Department of Strategy, Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy. So he will present the initiative of the World Bank for the cities. So thank you so much. Let me correct you. This is the initiative of the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, supported by the bank. During that panel, a lot of arguments were voiced about cooperation, not only the regional government and residents, but between local and regional governments themselves. And the project that I have a pleasure to present to you concerns this particular topic. Cities Partnership Initiative is a project supporting regional governments or local governments targeted at cities, and it results from the Strategy for Responsible Development until 2030 and National Urban Policy 2020-2030. So what are the main objectives of the initiative? So it's to build kind of net of cooperation between city practitioners, so that administrative staff of Mans could share between them their experiences, barriers, to see how other cities cope with some challenges. Another objective is enhancing the competence of local governments in defining challenges and finding response to such challenges, and that means strengthening the knowledge of ministries so that to get to know challenges that cities runs, bottlenecks, financial organizational barriers to sustainable development in cities, and the fourth objective to involve residents in decision-making processes in the cities. So far, two editions of the Cities Partnership Initiative has been implemented. The first one in 2019-2021, and it covered three thematic areas: sustainable mobility, air quality, and revitalization. After the success of that and the selection of the cities from the project, we decided about the second edition of the project, and their objectives were directly and indirectly were related with the national urban policy. This is a green city, digital city, and the city of PP initiative. So in total, 60 cities and towns took part in the initiative, plus some functional areas. So cities will submit their application, choose the thematic area they are interested in, and they notify advise which challenge they would tackle, and they are supported by our strategic partner, which in the second edition was the World Bank, and the World Bank will also support the third edition of the initiative, and I encourage you to take part in it. As you can see, the cities that are part of that initiative, this PIM initiative, were diverse in terms of geography, economy, demographics, and the level of expertise in a particular network. And thanks to the diversity, a great variety of cities that take part in it, and the challenges that they cope with, could be later on followed by all types of cities in Poland. So we had even here small towns up to 2,000 through medium towns like Wyszków or Płock, which was represented in the panel, and the biggest of that cities was the one with a population of 500,000 people. So we expect two outputs of that. So first, urban action initiative. So the citywide joining the project specifies the challenges, steps, deadlines, description of stakeholders, and writes how to cope with challenges represented by representatives of the town, plus experts from the World Bank and experts from the ministry. The second output are improvement plans, and there will be recommendations from the local level that are response to these legal, organizational, and financial barriers that should be coped with at the national level, and it will be used in the future by the ministries to program the development of Polish cities. Now, several examples of city partnership initiative implementation. So we have the green network under it, and here the town of Ruda Śląska developed a project whose objective was to connect two river valleys in the city. And Wyszków in the digital network created a model of measurement and collection of fees for waste, and under partnership PPP, Płock and Dąbrowa Górnicza developed the program for revitalization of the city centers with the participation of public-private partnership. How do we cooperate under this initiative, which is called PIM initiative? So we first arrange various meetings face-to-face, there's knowledge transfer, experience transfer, and first and foremost networking between particular local governments. In addition, the participants in each of these networks go on a study visit abroad to the country which is a benchmark for a particular challenge, and we arrange also bigger conferences, joint workshops of these networks where participants, administrative staff from urban offices may get to know the participants in all these three thematic networks. The project has been popular among local governments. That is due to cooperation, to synergy between the national level, local level, and the experts. What next? Now I'd like to encourage you who represent local and regional governments to take part in the new initiative of the Cities Partnership Initiative, that is urban communes, rural and urban associations of municipalities and associations representing urban functional areas, and also for the first time districts of the Warsaw City and the Silesian metropolis, plus auxiliary entities that were entrusted with competences related to a particular lead theme of team. I'd like to encourage you now to enroll into Information Day on this initiative. It will take place on the 7th December in the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy under the 5th Urban Forum. So please register yourselves, take some leaflets at the main point of organizers, and please be patient for half a minute so that I would show you a short video which will show you how local governments cooperate and what their opinions are about the project itself. So the cooperation on the Cities Partnership Initiative is exceptional. It enables us to understand better challenges our cities face, but makes it possible to find jointly solutions aimed at sustainable development of cities. I'm happy that the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy is implementing such an effective and successful product.
Is at the core of the mission. That is why we're thrilled to also be supporting the Cities Partnership Initiative, an excellent project of the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy.
Bardzo się cieszę, że mogliśmy jako miasto Poznań przystąpić do inicjatywy partnerskiej inicjatywy miast. To bardzo inspirujące i
that as Poznań we are part of this initiative. That's very inspiring and creative experience for us. The Partnership Cities Initiative is a place of meeting other people, getting to know wonderful people, new possibilities, new solutions implemented in most cities in Poland. And what is most important, it is the place where we exchange experiences. So I recommend this initiative, especially to small towns in the future. It's a great opportunity to improve the competences of the staff, to meet new people. The fact that we would also hold annual PIM alumni meetings will be great. We will check the stage of implementation of our projects and also reinforce our networking contacts. So thank you so much for your kind attention. So Daniel Wąsik has discussed Cities Partnership Initiative. Thank you for correcting me. This is the initiative indeed of the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, supported by the World Bank, and this really sounds fantastic. Now let me announce the next debate, which will start at 1:10, and it will be sustainable development or innovation without borders. There are golden means in business. process. And on the other stage, where which is moderated by Oleg Sikora, so they will start soon the debate on startups. So I recommend these two debates. So I also remind you that we will have interactive networking space created by over 50 partners, which is available to you. So you will find the representatives of Mazovian towns. So please go to the stand of our capital city, Warsaw, which is close to the off stage. But please go to Węgrów, Grodzisk, Mazowiecki. They also have stands nearby. And please improve your knowledge on the financing, environmental topics, energy topics at the stand of the Mazovian Energy Agency. And we will also invite you to the World of Eco. And here you have the stand organized jointly by Minsk Mazowieckie, Europe Direct, Minsk Mazowieckie, and Europe Direct Ostrołęka. And they invite you to the meeting with the specialists on herbs and bees. And we'd like to invite you to the area of the host, that is Mazovian Union for the Implementation of EU program, and take part in the Game Trades of Europe. And in 10 minutes' time, we will hold another debate here on this stage.
Monika Richardson, witam ponownie z głównej sceny.
Monika Richardson, welcome again.
Wbiła 13:10, a to oznacza, że
Mazowia
czas na
Development
kolejną debatę.
Forum.
Zachęcam
So now
wszystkich
it's time
Państwa
for the
obecnych
next
podczas pierwszego dnia 13 forum.
I invite everyone here to the main stage to listen to us because we discuss the golden mean in business. Does it exist? Should you be interested in it? A very interesting debate. So let me now invite the panelists. The panelists would be moderated by Piotr Lipiński, Director of the Innovation Center for Warsaw University of Technology. So please join me on stage. And we have the panelists Małgorzata Szczepańska, Director of the Department of Innovation and Development Support Programs, Minister of Funds and Regional Policy. I'm happy to welcome a woman on the stage. I just felt better, thank you. Professor Dr Grzegorz Mazurek, Rector of the Kazimierzyckiej University. So please join the debate. Professor Doctor of Medical Sciences Piotr Pruszczyk, Vice Rector for Science and Technology Transfer at the Medical University of Warsaw. So he has joined us already, and there is also with us Jerzy Lipiński, President of the Management Board of Nexio Management. So now, sustainable economy or innovation without borders. Now, Piotr Lipiński, the floor is yours. I'm happy to welcome you. I'm very happy to be the moderator of this panel. And let me start with congratulations for organizers, because we have really excellent panelists, very well selected. So you have the possibility to listen to distinguished scientists and managers. We have also representatives of administration and business. So we have everyone to have good business. So science, administration and entrepreneurs. We will discuss the golden mean. I'm not a philosopher. In the past, I organized some exercises on Aristotle. So please don't think that the golden mean is inside, that is between the two. No, it's not so. But the second question is to Professor, that if it were that it is inside that all grants funded by EU, the evaluator would naturally evaluate by 50% less, and our beneficiaries would ask for 50% more. So we have the first definition of golden mean, that is the budget compiled on that basis. But what are the golden mean? If you don't know where it is exactly? So can business be a self-regulating organism? Is a gold mean at the same place for every enterprise, for every business, or is it in different places at the same time? The question is whether the business that has sustainable policy is able to self-regulate, or it should be regulated so that finally it should get into that golden mean. So that's a question to Professor Grzegorz Mazurek. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be with you. So this is really a spectacular event, because well, I'm saying that because I've seen what's going on here, and it shows the scale of our joint activities. The question is simple. Let me answer as each student or graduate of Leon Koźmiński University. Either I would say it's very complicated, or I would say it depends. So I guess it's not the answer that you'd like. Can business regulate itself? So let me be more precise. Maybe what you mean here, can business thinks about something more than generating the maximum profit. And here things get complicated, because let's remember what business is. Business is a set of some stakeholders. It's not so that there is just a building where we have a president, CEO, and he thinks about money and he presses on employees, works more hard so that to lower costs and finally to have the maximum profit. Please bear in mind all these forces impacting any business. The first force is, for example, the holder, the owner owner.
wręcz
And here we have a
schizofrenię,
kind of
kiedy wielu z nas,
permanent
wielu,
schizophrenia
mało,
where
niewiele.
many of
Chciałbym
us,
Państwu
I don't
pokazać
know,
mechanizm.
I'd like to show you just the
Funkcjonujemy
mechanism.
bardzo
So
często
we
jako ludzie w
are
bardzo wielu
functioning
rolach. I na
as
przykład
people in
dzisiaj
many
jesteśmy tutaj
roles. Today we are
prelegentami, jesteśmy
here
naukowcami,
speakers,
jesteśmy
scientists,
zarządzającymi
managers,
i mówimy sobie o
and
rzeczach bardzo
we are
szczytnych,
discussing
jak ochrona
novel
klimatu,
causes
jak
such as
poszanowanie
climate protection, respect
przy
for
okazji generujemy sobie
employee
miesiąc
rights,
jakieś
and
oszczędności, które
every month we
inwestujemy w
generate
akcje
some
spółek.
savings that we invest in
Nagle jesteśmy
shares
niezwykle
of companies, and
skonfundowani, że w
then
tym
we are very
roku
much
ta firma,
confused that
którą
the
zainwestowaliśmy
company in
pieniążki,
which
nie
we
wygenerowała jakichś
invested money this
dywidend.
year did not generate
Nie wiem, czy
any
Państwo już
dividend.
czujecie tą
And
schizofrenię. Z
can you
jednej
feel
strony
this
myślimy
schizophrenia? So
prospołecznie,
on the one hand we see
prośrodowiskowo, a z drugiej
kind of
strony no jesteśmy
pro-societal,
żądni zysku, które ta firma
terms, but on the
wygenerować,
other
ergo
hand
ma
we want
przynieść również dywidendę
profit from
organizacji.
generated
To
by
jest
the
przykład
company, which is
organizmu
also
biznesowego,
to
jakim
bring
jest spółka akcyjna, ale podobnie to
dividend to
działa
the
w przypadku, nie
organization.
wiem,
So this is an
spółek
example
rodzinnych,
of
każdych innych form
various
tworzenia
companies, joint stock
działalności
companies, or
biznesowej.
other
I teraz po pierwsze
types
chciałem
of
pokazać to
businesses, different
wieloaspektowość.
forms
Po
of
drugie,
differences. I wanted to show you
czy
this kind
jesteśmy w
of
stanie, czy organizacja jest w stanie
multifaceted
się samoregulować, to znaczy,
things.
czy
So can
prezes, na przykład pani
organization
prezes,
self-regulate?
prezeska
So
takiej firmy
can
jest w stanie
CEO,
powiedzieć,
she or he,
będziemy generowali w tym roku mniej zysku
they are
niż
able to
zysk.
say we would generate less profit this year compared to the
No
previous
i
year.
ja to widzę tak.
Well, and I see
Oczywiście
it
rzucenie
like that.
takiego
Of
celu
course,
biznesowego,
to set
że w tym
such
roku
a
pracujemy mniej i mniej
objective,
zarabiamy,
business
jest
objective
co do
that we
zasady
work less
absurdalne,
and
ale
we
możemy
would have less
użyć
money.
różnych
It's
sił
absurd,
zewnętrznych, które
but
nam
we can use
uzasadniają,
various
że
external
powinniśmy
forces
jednak
that would justify
nie
that,
skupiać się tylko i
that we
wyłącznie
should
na zysku
not
tu i teraz.
focus on
Pierwszą siłą
profit
zewnętrzną, która
now
ogromnie oddziałuje teraz na
and
wszelkie
here.
organizacje,
So
to jest
now the force
konsument, klient.
impacting
który jest też
businesses
coraz
are
bardziej świadomy
consumers,
tego, jak działa
customers who
świat,
are
że świat
more
to nie jest
aware
tylko ten
of how the
produkt, który
world
wypuszczany jest
is
na półkę,
operating. It's
ale
not just the product
firma na
which is
przykład jest również
launched
organizmem, który buduje
on
tak
the
zwane
shelves,
koszty
but the
zewnętrzne, kreuje koszty
companies
zewnętrzne,
also
czyli na
have
przykład zanieczyszczenie środowiska.
external costs
To jest
such
pierwszy
as
racjonalny argument,
environmental
aby powiedzieć
pollution.
sobie
So this is the
organizacji,
first
słuchajcie, my nie możemy
rationale
generować
for the organization to
zysku
say
za
we
wszelką
can't
cenę, musimy
generate
zwracać
profit
uwagę na
at
inne
any
rzeczy.
cost.
Czyli
We
co
must take
zastosowanie
into
nie
account other aspects.
misyjności, ale pewnych bardzo pragmatycznych
we
argumentów, dla
should
których
use
powinniśmy
some
w naszej
pragmatic
działalności biznesowej skupiać się na czymś
arguments
o
in
wiele
our
więcej niż
business.
tylko
That in our
generowanie zysku.
business we should focus on something
Drugi
more
obszar tych sił
than just
zewnętrznych,
business
które
generation.
wpływają na
And the
organizację
other
biznesową, to są oczywiście
impact of
regulacje.
other forces are
No i tu
regulations.
przykładem
And
jest
here
cały
an
nurt związany
example could
chociażby z
be
ESG,
the
który był
whole
przez pewien czas pewną miękką rekomendacją co do
trend,
wdrażania. Teraz wiemy,
which
że jest
was
już
a
bardzo
soft
twardym
recommendation,
nośnikiem
and
tych
now
właśnie
it's
chociażby kosztów zewnętrznych, które
hard
organizacja
carrier of
kreuje, które
external
należy
costs created by the
Więc,
organization.
nie chciałbym przedłużać teraz
And this
swojej
should be,
wypowiedzi,
let's say,
ale ja nie jestem
limited.
romantykiem. To
And
znaczy,
I wouldn't like to dwell too much on it, but I'm
nie
not a
powiem, że
romantic
nie da
person.
się tego
I
zrobić
wouldn't say
wewnętrznie,
that
ani
it's
nie
not
powiem,
possible
że
to
tylko
do
czynniki
it
zewnętrzne
internally, and I
determinują tą
would
samą
not say that only external factors
regulującą
determine
się organizację. Powiem
the
naprawdę coś banalnego, to znaczy
regulate
działają siły i
organization.
wewnętrzne,
So they're
organizacyjne
both.
i
There are
zewnętrzne, które
external and
powodują,
external
moim
forces,
skromnym zdaniem,
which
że
in my
biznes, który chce
modest
zbudować,
opinion
organizacja
leads to a situation that the
biznesowa, która chce
business or
zbudować
business
prawdziwą
organization
wartość,
that wants to
musi
build
w obecnych
a
czasach
genuine
zdecydowanie
value must
dalej w swoim
today
myśleniu
go
niż tylko czubek
beyond
własnego
its
nosa. Ten czubek
thinking than its
własnego nosa w
own
moim rozumieniu to jest przyszły
self-interest. And the
kwartał,
self-interest is the next
koniec roku,
quarter,
wynik
the end of the
finansowy,
year,
czy
the
myślenie, że
financial
jeżeli raz
earnings,
zaspokoję potrzeby
and thinking
klienta, to
that
mam
if
sprawę
I meet
załatwioną,
customers'
bo ten
needs,
klient będzie
everything's
cały czas
fine,
jednak
this is
weryfikował,
done,
czy
and the
ta firma, która
client
oferuje daną usługę czy produkt, jest
customer
firmą,
would
która jest
verify
wiarygodna
whether the
w rozumieniu
company
czysto
is
społecznym.
reliable
Najważniejszym,
in
powiedziałbym,
societal
kanwą,
But
takim
it's not the case. So the
leitmotivem
leitmotiv
to jest jednak
is, in my
eksponencjalnie
opinion,
rosnąca świadomość
exponentially growing awareness of the people, especially young people. I'm observing it at Kazimierskiej Academy as regards ethical aspects, mission of business. So these are not the times of the 1990s. Give me a perfect product, I'm satisfied with it. No, it's not so anymore. You must really, as a company, persuade other people that I'm something more, that you as a business must have a deeper value that has impact on society.
So you have a mission that somehow limits what we do, and this mission is very important, especially in the case of projects in the area of medicine. The project that is very risky may bring about negative effects, but but if it can save health or life, why not implement it? A question to the representative of the Medical University of Warsaw, Mr. Piotr Puszczyk. From the business point of view, because you, prorector, are responsible for technology transfer. So when you transfer the technology, do you think about the responsibility? Do you try to influence the businesses that are born at your university so that they take the responsibility element into account or not? Well, thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. This is a great event. Several statements, to be honest. Property statement also? No, not property statement. I'm not going to mention my wife's statement either, but sticking to what I usually deal with, that is the science, the beautiful thing. I may be the golden mean, actually. Why am I saying that? Each of us knows the story related to transport of people from Zakopane to the surroundings of Morskie Oko Lake. Everything has been optimized there as far as possible. Looking at it from the point of view of the person who meets people, business should not drive the people who work too hard. I mean, you can work them very hard, but this is not the point. This is not what should be done. Now, from the point of view of people who organize a business, let me respond to this question from the point of view of a university. We, as the university, are interested in new things being established that will support the business in general. That is, innovation, both in terms of pharmaceutical solutions and new therapies. This is very important. We want to be partners for the hard business in two categories. In the categories of those who can add value to other businesses, looking at the for a long perspective, but this is a long-distance run. In Poland, there is a long lead time leading to actual production. So this is one thing. And the second thing is that we should support the business in taking responsibility towards those who co-create this business. We need to provide health safety. This is very important from the point of view of sustainable development. Thank you very much. Talking about responsibility is naturally related to risk. This is not only a financial risk, there are also many other risks involved. It's about the ways in which the funds are used or not used, whether the regulations are being complied with or not, but what can encourage the new projects or the projects that are developing, you can link the funding, for example, to the responsibilities that you undertake. That is, how you impact the sustainable economy. And I would like to ask how EU funds contribute to building of sustaable economy. And this is the question to the director, but I would like to answer this question without stating that the regulations are something that is in your way. So how do funds support sustainable economy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to this event. How do funds support sustainable development? Well, the whole partnership agreement, the agreement that the Polish government concluded with the European Commission, supports sustainable development. Sustainable development understood as the implementation of, well, the majority of the goals specified in Agenda 2030. So it's not only about sustainable economic development, that is the development that would be conducive for climate protection, but also it's also being responsible for the labor force, offering equal opportunities. This is also related to employees' or workers' rights, good education. This is also a very broad scope of responsibility of businesses for running the business in a sustainable manner, so that both the public and the environment benefit from that. Do EU funds support this and reduce the risks for the companies related to sustainable development? Yes, definitely yes. Both those funds that support innovative projects, innovative projects must not serve the innovation goal only. They also have to be sustainable. Or, social equity and equality, freedom of business. Companies should be socially responsible. Definitely the funds serve this purpose. Focusing on what's close to my heart, that is innovation, the EU funds constitute a big incentive for people to start research and development and innovation-targeted activities. Those who decide to cooperate with R&D organizations, if they make this decision and get the funds, they remain part of this process. So this also is an important aspect. We still have the grant scheme as part of the EU funds, which is very important for companies that focus on research and development and innovation. But the second area, which is clearly visible, w programie Nowoczesnego Społeka, ale też w programach regionalnych jest właśnie wsparcie związane z inwestycjami proekologicznymi, czyli tymi, które służą ochronie klimatu, tymi, które mają zapewnić efektywność energetyczną, poprawienie efektywności energetycznej, improvement of energy efficiencies, the projects related with renewable energy sources, etc. So thanks to the structural funds, this area also gets significant support. So, well, definitely a lot is done to mitigate the risk, to encourage the companies to act responsibly. Well, funds are one thing, availability of the funds at the level of the national and regional programs, but what is of equal importance is awareness building among businesses. Responsible running of the business is important, and this can be built on the side of the consumers, but still a lot needs to be done in terms of awareness building of entrepreneurs. And EU funds also give an opportunity for businesses to improve their awareness. This also is a very important element of support under the current and future financial perspective.
Jeżeli popatrzymy na przykład na rozwój różnych, nie wiem, nowych leków, to nie ma takiej sytuacji, że ktoś wymyśli jedną cudowną cząsteczkę i to doprowadzi do pełnej komercjalizacji. Tylko jest kilkadziesiąt tysięcy prób, z których rodzi się owa cząsteczka.
And this will be it. No, there are thousands of combinations that can be used here. Why am I saying that? Because creating appropriate environment among medical universities like mine, the Warsaw Medical University, they should be equipped with super laboratories. There should be appropriate atmosphere or climate or know-how created that would then bear fruits in form of proper cooperation. So appropriate environment has to be created from the infrastructural and mental point of view. This is a big challenge for the beneficiaries, that is universities, but this also requires a vision for those who will grant these funds. So going beyond this simple arrangement, I invest 10 zlotys and I regain 3 zlotys. We should move away from this scheme. I believe that the level of knowledge in Poland is so high right now that there will be an increasing number of super ideas developed in Poland ready to be commercialized. Well, just briefly, because you've mentioned the cooperation between the science and the business. I've been monitoring the situation for the last 15 years, and I've seen these two sectors getting closer together. In the first financial perspective by 2014, it was like a clash between the two, leading to one feeling offense towards the other. Now then, under the next financial perspective, they came closer together and confidence was built. I'm not saying that there is full confidence between the two at the moment, but there are the beginnings of confidence.
A trochę się wymusza, przepraszam, na organizacjach badawczych. Dziękuję.
The funds for R&D go to businesses
na organizacjach badawczych tą
and research and development organizations are kind of forced to cooperate. That was the previous model, and it was not really welcome. But now I can see some mutual understanding, and both sides start to see the mutual benefits. There was a panel of rectors organized during the Carpathian Economic Forum. And it was said then that maybe universities should become open to private financing and cooperation with businesses. And actually the rectors did agree with that statement. Well, as far as some level of confidence is needed in order for such cooperation to happen. This is a difficult process, but I can see the progress that has been made already. Those two communities start seeing mutual benefits resulting from such cooperation. And this is true both on the side of businesses and the world of science. Yes, we start communicating, we start speaking the same language. Of course, something still needs to be done in this respect. Okay, let's now give the floor to the business. I'm very happy to hear what the directors have said, because I remember that some time ago we suggested the name of the stand in one of the exhibitions the science for businesses, and people felt offended. But right now, people have better knowledge and they understand the interdependence. So it's not that it's either the science or the business, it's rather science and the business. I mean, without science, innovative businesses cannot be built. And the businesses should also be able to scale up and respond to the international cooperation. Because talking about development of businesses, we don't only mean the Polish economy, but also the global economy at the end of the day. So should we start with building a family company, a small company where everybody knows everybody else, and they produce for the local market, and then the global competitor comes and has investors and starts a similar but much bigger business, and the family company is gone. So maybe instead of that, we should think about establishing companies with their headquarters in Mazowsze, but operating on the global markets. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy that I can speak in such an outstanding group of experts. From the practical point of view, I will try to answer this question.
Taki charakter miałem bardziej ekspansywny, bym powiedział, także zdecydowanie chciałem mieć zyski tu, teraz.
Some time ago, I wanted profits here and now, and I wanted to scale up as soon as possible.
Dokładnie do czego nawiązał tutaj pan
This is exactly what Rektor Mazurek was referring to. Fortunately, in the meantime,
Akademię Leona Koźmińskiego, także mój światopogląd został troszeczkę zmieniony. Mówię na szczęście dlatego, że obserwując osoby, które zaczynały gdzieś tę przygodę z biznesem mniej więcej w moich czasach, te osoby, które były nastawione na taką bardzo szybką ekspansję, bardzo szybkie zyski, albo się zatrzymały zupełnie w miejscu, albo wręcz zniknęły z rynku. Tak? Także z drugiej strony te osoby, którym nie zależało na zyskach, wręcz dla mnie to było dziwne, że mają jakiś bardzo dobrą usługę, jakiś dobry produkt. Absolutnie nie były nastawione na zyski, nie chciały się skalować same za bardzo. Jakoś po prostu wyszło w jakimś czasie. Ta skala sama urosła, tak, ale nie były na początku te osoby nastawione na tę ekspansję.
But they did not seek expansion at the very beginning.
Uruchamiałem kilka startupów.
Well, I had several startups in my business career also.
Bardzo nalegałem na to, żeby była ta ekspansja.
In the case of one of them, I insisted on an expansion.
Ale z jakim skutkiem?
Well, yeah, if you're mentioning startups,
niektóre działają i bardzo dobrze się mają.
Everybody's probably asking what's the end result. Well, some of them are doing quite well. I'm not saying that
startup jako startup
the startup
musi się udać.
Has always succeeded.
Natomiast akurat ten się udał, ale myślę, że udał się dlatego, że osoba, z którą zakładałem ten startup, ona właśnie jeszcze bardziej mnie hamowała, żeby czasem nie robić tej ekspansji, żeby akurat to był produkcyjny, tak? Żeby ten produkt był wygrzany, żeby te procesy były, te kanały dystrybucji sprawdzone,
logistyka, the product has to be really well developed. That we have to take care of appropriate logistics. If we're talking about scalability, it's important whether we're talking about the service or a small product or a big product. Does it need to be serviced or does it have to be delivered to the customer only? So in this case, the product has been fully developed. And the company has become pretty stabilized. It has the logistics and financial resources, and now it can scale up now without any concerns. Because people responsible for this company know how to do that, they feel it. And, well, I've also witnessed some startups which were not very successful. Some of them did not survive, some of them did survive. But globalization, in their case, started too soon. The products were not fully ready, fully developed yet. And so many problems arose that the company started shrinking back, focusing on the domestic market only, just in order to survive. Well, when to globalize? It depends on the product, on the service.
Niektóre produkty są od razu stworzone do skalowania, do uruchomienia praktycznie na całym globie.
And offered globally. This can be achieved with the new technologies. No problem with that. It's just a matter of good marketing and the funds available and the right idea, of course. You need to have a good market analysis of the internal markets, external markets. You need to get to know the culture. That there was an example given on Leon Koźmiński Academy, so wash and go. Germany had a product which they want to transfer to Poland, like one-to-one, because they sold well in Germany, but it turned out that in Poland the model did not work, although in terms of culture we are not so distant from Germany. So the market analysis, the analysis of a given region where we want to operate is very important.
Plus, of course, awareness of the currencies, I mean foreign exchange rates, logistics, regulations by law, that's right. So I don't know if you know, because again, this panel, all the panelists here really have a joint theme. So CEO here graduated from Adam Koźmiński Academy, but he's engineer of electronics, for example, and mechanics as well. So this is a good example that science supports innovation, and we think that it teaches engineers, but we shouldn't forget that, in fact, the engineer must have also, let's say, non-engineering competences. If you think to expand globally, in addition to the product, you have the idea how to expand. And here at the panel we have the proof that science supports business in this area. The director has some comments here. Yes, please, if I may. It seems to me that the key word here, and which is good for decisions, for kind of moral guidance, is value, not money, but value. If our decisions were just based on financial value, then many times we would make non-ethical, immoral decisions at just the edge, maximizing profit in a short time. When we use the word value in business, and only there, it has a broader meaning, and such values could be reputation of the organization, as the preceding speaker said. And the reason why someone comes to us and says to us, maybe you are not so good in marketing, but you represent the values which are relevant for me, important for me. Maybe you are more cost absorptive, but you respect your employees, for example. Yes, exactly so. So this is the key word, which should be the main paradigm in business thinking, entrepreneurship thinking. And the other mini comment is, with reference to what Professor has said, and to all the the gentleman from
za
business
mało
said,
mówimy o innym
that
kluczowym
we
słowie, a tym
don't
słowem jest
mention the
porażka.
other keyword often enough. This is failure. What I mean, because I was asking about success of
Czasami się nie udaje, albo często się nie udaje. Pytanie, jak finansowanie, na ile finansowanie pozwala na porażkę, no bo gdy pojedziemy na jakąkolwiek konferencję międzynarodową, ale też w Polsce bardzo często mówi się jedno, że my kulturowo w ogóle w Europie, nie mówię o Polsce, ale w Europie unikamy słowa porażka, podczas gdy w przestrzeniach, które są najbardziej nastawione na przedsiębiorczość, czyli przede wszystkim Stany Zjednoczone, porażka jest czymś oczywistym, jest traktowana jako lekcja do zbudowania sukcesu, a nie pewnym naznaczeniem, że za tym człowiekiem czy za tą firmą po prostu jest failure.
Has failed and failure is behind him. So this is very interesting context as regards EU funds. To what extent we perhaps accept failure. So director, you have stolen my question. It's been coincidence, but that's what I want to ask. Can you imagine such a situation? Well, unfortunately, I got a grant, but I did my best, but that's the end. There's no implementation because I am responsible and sustainable. The answer is yes.
To nie było i to też nie był proces łatwy.
And it was an easy process to get to that because it required to create and properly understood administration. Acceptance for such failure. At the moment, the companies involved who are really involved in research and development process, real R&D process, and there are most of them. No. I wouldn't say there are most of them, but those who are involved in such a process can have it, and it's provided for in agreements, and that's really happening in practice. They may come to us and say, "I would not continue this research. I would not implement the project. I planned A, B, C, D areas. I did A and C, B and D, unfortunately cannot be implemented, and the project is settled at this level. And they don't have to reimburse the money. No, if everything was done properly, no, they don't have to reimburse the money. It was not an easy process. Such a discussion started in 2014. That was the question first. To what extent administration not prepared for risk acceptance? To what extent can we accept the fact that first we gave the grant for A, B, C, D, and now we are to say, okay, if you did 50%, 30% of that, that's all right. That's one thing. And the other area of risk, I think, to which now administration is already used to, the European Commission encourages to do so, are financial instruments. In this and previous perspective, we have invested a lot in start-ups with acceptance of risk in such a way that we know that some money would not be reimbursed. What I mean is that not all investments made by venture capital would be successful. We even know that what is the level of success here? 30% of companies that survive may have a big profit, very big profit. But at the moment, I think it's 410 million euros as the program is responsible for would be invested in startups. The other thing is that you wait for effects for a long time, whereas for capital investment, you may have the effect within 8-10 years, and it is like that. Because, for example, public funds invested in the period 2007-2014. Now we see return on investment from those projects. So as for EU funds and acceptance of risk, there was the process that we have to really learn about for three, let's say, perspectives. Really, we've been learning it. I want to ask whether the lack of success is always a failure. I would not say so, because in many situations you have to, let's say, fail several times, but finally you achieve that so that to get experience, expertise. But let me also focus on one more thing, mentality in Poland. I think it's interesting. If we go to the railway station, there is no train, and we say that the train has, let's say, run away from us. Not that I was late for the train. I missed the train. And the mother says, well, it's been sort of that you've done it. You should, that it's been done. It's been done. But she should say to the child, you did it. You've done it, you've been successful, it is you. And I should say, I was late for the train. So, yeah, I just want you to see the difference between the two. Because at a certain moment, as the director mentioned, we have to say, okay, we've done so much so far, and we can't do any more. So I wanted to focus on that too. So now I can see that the time for the debate is coming to an end. Thank you so much for your observations. And we have here the sort of conclusion, because as the director said, there are no non-successful research and development projects. As there is no unsuccessful scientific project, the scientist has a thesis, hypothesis, and he verifies it in two ways. Either it's true or false, or somewhere in between. So even with a successful project, we always learn, and this is the value of it. I like this comment with the train. So, and it seems to me that in this debate, you've heard that many things happened in Poland, and many things are going on, and it's worthwhile to think forward. You'll find a golden mean in the area where you operate, and I encourage you to use this specific instrument for these projects, and we see that now science is able to respond to business needs, and we hope that business and science will develop together, and we will find this goal mean, and it will be gold. So thank you very much for participation in the debate. Applause for the panelists. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you so much. Thank you for the debate moderated by Dr. Dardziński, Director of the Innovation Center of the Warsaw University of Technology. Thank you, Małgorzata Szczepańska, Director of the Department of Innovation Department from the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, Grzegorz Maruszczyk, Rektor Kazimierskiego Uniwersytetu, and Professor Pruszczyk, Vice Rector for Science and Technology, the Medical University, and Jerzy Piński, President of Management, Board of Next Management. So sharp at, let's say, 2:10, you will see, you will observe the results of the competition leader of the European Funds Change Leader, and this is organized by the representation of the European Commission in Poland, and there were 126 projects that competed in that competition. So let me invite you back at 2:10 here, and as we've just discussed innovation, let me invite you to the stands of the innovators here, present here with their stands. So there is the stand of the Center of Innovation of the Warsaw University of Technology and the Center of Transfer of Technology and Knowledge of Warsaw University and Warsaw Technical University. So Innotech for Life stand as well is here, and the stand of the University of Natural Science, Senagi, SEPT, and the stand of Nextio. So please visit all these stands. This is really a must for you, for all lovers of electronics, robotics, geometrics, and state-of-the-art technologies. And please visit the stand of our today's host, that is Mazovian Unit for the Implementation of EU programs. And please play the game Europe's Trails, and be back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Dzień dobry Państwu, kłaniamy się ponownie nisko.
So good afternoon.
Welcome again, Monika Richardson and Alexander Sikora. So we are here for you. And this is an important matter now. We'll announce the results of the competition and the leader of the change. European Funds Change leader organized the Mazovian unit for implementation of EU protection, and it is under patronage of the Marshall and representation of EU Commission. So you know that the competition is the culmination of the whole programming period in which Mazovia region has actively used EU funds under regional operational program for the Mazovia region 2014-2020. It was not only financial assistance that was a spark that gave rise to many innovative enterprises. So the competition is divided into 7 categories. Let me read you. Green European funds, digital European funds, mobile European funds, European funds close to residents, European funds for the youth, entrepreneurial European funds, and modern European funds. And here it's important that this is the only category evaluated by the committee of the competition, and as many as 126 projects took part in the competition. Residents cast over 17,000 votes during online voting, so the figures are impressive, definitely. So now it is a great pleasure to invite onto the stage Mariusz Frankowski, Director of the Mazovian Unit for the implementation of EU programs. And please sum up the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, you've almost said everything what I was going to say. So, well, you've wrapped up really almost the competition. All right, so let me say the things that I've already said at the beginning. We have the 4th programming period right now. The new program, which is called EU funds for Mazovia. You know, it's 9 billion Polish zlotys at our disposal. We've already announced some competitions, and please read the recently updated schedule for these calls for proposals, because we modified it a little bit. Now there are many more calls. Some have been sped up, and as from the beginning of the next year we would have many intense calls for proposals, and all of you, not only local governments but also representatives of science and business, you know, you will have many more competitions in which you can take part, and you will have really to work hard as usual to prepare good projects. Please visit our website. So this is an important piece of information, the funds EU for Mazovia.eu, because it's, the title of the website has been slightly changed. So, but anyhow, on that website you will find valid information about the calls for proposals, about the system of submitting applications, etc. And we are now finalizing the old programming period. It has been mentioned. So I mentioned there were 5,800 million, 8.7 billion zlotys in financing. Hence the idea to honor the winners and to have this competition, the European Funds Change leader, and the categories of the competition has been already presented. So there's also the special modern EU funds. This category has had a bit different formula because the committee was set up for that particular competition. For this part of the European Funds Change leader. So these were innovative projects and projects aimed at innovative research and development, and also those conducive to business and cooperation with the scientific sector. So that's last, let's say, modern EU funds, that it covered that. So, and it has been discussed in the previous panel to some extent. So the committee was composed, the committee for the Marshall
Struzik, Arkadiusz Rowilicki, who is director of the contact point for EU programs, Professor Grzegorz Mazurek, rector of Koźmińskiej Academy, and Jacek Aleksandrowicz, president of Foundation Entrepreneurial Polish, co-founder of Academic Incubators for Entrepreneurship, and myself. I was a member of that committee for the evaluation of that competition. So that's my short wrap-up, and now let's announce the outcomes of the competition. Thank you so much, but please not rest on laurels, because you will have to grab some prizes in one of the categories.
W takim razie dobrze się uzupełniamy.
Także na razie może pan zająć się miejsce.
Going to supplement what the director has said, and now head of us the first category. But for us to be able to say a few words about it, we would like to invite Wiesław Roboczyk, who's going to hand over the award in the Green European Funds category. In this category, we try to award projects related to renewable energy sources, energy efficiency and reduction of pollution. Those were initiatives that contributed to creating more environmentally friendly places. So we are going to have awards for those projects that have actually contributed to environmental protection, and let's start with place 3, and the third location goes to the capital city of Warsaw and to the Mazovian Energy Agency for modernization of Konopacki Palace historical building to activate the Warsaw district of Prague. Let's have the representative of the beneficiary.
Miejsce trzecie w tej kategorii zielone fundusze europejskie, pan marszałek.
In the category of Green European Funds.
To jest moment, można się tym zająć w tej chwili.
Well, if you would like to say something, you have an opportunity now. On behalf of the Office of the Capital City of Warsaw and the office responsible for obtaining and settling for EU funds in the capital city of Warsaw, I would like to thank all the inhabitants for noticing the projects that are developed here in the city, and I would like to thank you for being able to click and vote for our project. So thank you very much. Thank you for visiting our website, and we also have our sites on the social media. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now you should take these stairs to go to the wall where our flying reporter is waiting from the Mazovian Unit for implementation of the EU project, and you will be asked to give a short interview in connection with your award.
Nie tym razem, ale blisko. Agnieszka już czeka.
So Agnieszka is waiting, and now the second position. And the second position, the second award was to Czarnia municipality for reduction of air pollution in the municipality of Czarnia. Let's have a representative of the beneficiary.
Scena należy do pana.
The microphone is yours. Welcome, everybody. I would like to thank the authorities of the Mazovian Voivodeship for the recognition expressed for our work, our hard work in the local government. Reduction of air pollution in the communal municipality of Czarnia is just the first step. We conducted thermal modernization of 3 public buildings, and we also replaced stove installations and photovoltaic photovoltaic installations were installed. Right now, we are conducting thermal modernization. This is yet another project, and hopefully it will be as fruitful as the previous one. Well, thank you very much, really. This recognition means a lot to us. The smallest commune in Ostrołęka Powiat, probably one of the smallest in the entire Mazovian voivodeship. And I would like to thank those who voted for us, because thanks to that, we've won the second place. Hopefully, in the coming years, we'll be able to implement even more interesting projects, thanks to the European Fund. Well, thank you very much.
Laureaci miejsca drugiego kategorii zielone fundusze europejskie. Proszę
the
Państwa,
winners of the second place. And now let's see
projekt, który zdobył najwięcej Państwa głosów i zasługuje na najwyższe wyróżnienie. To tu postawię 3 kropek
the
i
biggest amount of your votes. Thermal modernization of Satkowska 19th Street School in the city of Radom.
I gratulujemy serdecznie, proszę Państwa, to jest pierwsze miejsce w kategorii Zielone Fundusze Europejskie.
This is the first place in the Green European Funds category. Let's have a round of applause for the
pamiątkowe zdjęcie na razie tylko jednej laureatki.
Well, on behalf of the mayor of the city of Radom, thank you very much for this award. On behalf of our team, let me promise that we will try to use EU funds again, and we would like to use them to the benefit of our inhabitants. Thank you very much, and congratulations, because you also will probably heard the trumpets. These were especially for you as the first prize winner. And let's now focus on the next category, and let's have Mariusz Frankowski, the director of the Mazovian unit for implementation of the EU fund. We need you here once again. Ladies and gentlemen, as Monica has mentioned, we are now focusing on the second category, that is digital EU funds, related to the use of technologies facilitating the life of residents of Mazowsza. Thanks to that, our communities are even better connected than before. The third place in the category of digital EU funds is the unit that decided to improve availability of public funds using the potential of the technology. The winner of the third place is Nadarzyn commune for the implementation of services in the Nadarzyn commune. Let's have the representative of the beneficiary here.
Zapraszamy beneficjenta, przedstawiciela gminy
Let's have the beneficiary, representative of the commune of Nadarzyn. If nobody from Nadarzyn is here, then we will of course take the award to you. So let's now focus on place 2. Place 2 under the digital EU funds category, the actions in the healthcare sector, modern actions to the benefit of the patients and medical personnel. And the medical center named after Warszawska in Radzymi for implementation of services for the patients in Radzymi.
Zapraszamy. Prosimy o przyjęcie nagrody z rąk dyrektora Mariusza Frankowskiego i jeśli takie Pana życzenie, zapraszamy do mikrofonu.
So, if you wish, you can say a few words. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you on behalf of the residents of Radzymin and Wołomin Powiat, and on my own behalf, we are going to stay on this path. Congratulations. Definitely your compass is leading you well. Now the winner in this category. This university has not only changed the way in which we educate our youth, but they have only adjusted themselves to the challenges resulting from COVID-19 pandemic. And the winner is Koźmiński University for their e-academy, implementation of e-services at the Koźmiński University. Let's have the representatives of this university here on the stage. The winner of the first stage for the Koźmiński University. I don't believe that nobody from Koźmiński University is here with us. Maybe they will get connected with us online. No, we have the representative. Congratulations.
Ogromne gratulacje.
Congratulations for Koźmiński University. Congratulations on the e-academy project. Well, I'll be brief. Thank you very much. As the university, we try to be modern, and so the possibility of getting support in the implementation of one such project was very important for us, so we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much and congratulations. You will also be asked for a short interview. Well, these are people and institutions who inspire us, demonstrating that Mazovia region is the place where involvement and innovation really bring about effects. We would like to thank the director, but of course we are not saying goodbye for long. We're definitely going to meet again. Now, let's have Elżbieta Szymanik, the Deputy Director for the European Social Fund, and Monika Kuźnicka, responsible for the European Regional Development Fund in the Mazovia unit for implementation of the EU funds. So this means that we are going to focus on yet another category, mobile European funds. Let's start with place 3. Let me just remind you that we wanted to award the projects that improved the transport infrastructure and improved the public transportation, thus also enhancing mobility. Winner of the third place, well, that institution really improved the transport infrastructure, which improved mobility in the region. So the third place under this category goes to Koleje Mazowieckie company for buying new rolling stock.
I ogromne gratulacje za zajęcie trzeciego miejsca w kategorii Mobilne Fundusze Europejskie.
And the category of mobile EU funds.
Wręczają nagrodę, a panią zapraszamy do mikrofonu.
And you can say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me and I would like to thank you very much on behalf of Koleje Mazowieckie and Robert Stępień, who wanted to be here but unfortunately he had to stay at work. I represent Koleje Mazowieckie company here. It's one of the most modern rail transport company in Poland. And this is supported by EU funds and Mazovian voivodeship authorities. The voivodeship government really understands the needs of the companies, and thanks to that we can develop dynamically and we can modernize the old rolling stock, and we also can buy the most modern vehicles. So thank you very much for all the votes cast, and I hope that many of them have been cast by our existing passengers and the rest hopefully belong to our future customers. All right, let's say that I would like to ask all the winners to stay somewhere close to the stage, because actually at the end of the ceremony we are going to make a family photo with everybody. Now, the second place, and since we really want to introduce the winners, let us say that the second place
do gminy miasta Płock za projekt budowa trasy północno-zachodniej miasta Płocka. Zapraszamy beneficjenta. Ja już pozwolę sobie przeczytać uzasadnienie tejże nagrody, ponieważ projekt zbudował dosłownie nową drogę do rozwoju.
They actually built a new road to the development, improving transportation infrastructure. So, in the category of mobile European funds, the second place goes to Płock. Well, thank you very much for appreciating this investment project, but let me emphasize that actually that success is backed by excellent people who prepared the project, then submitted the project application, and then with full conviction implemented the project. So now the road has already been commissioned. It is covered by guarantees still. So I would like to thank everybody who contributed to the implementation of the project. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor. And now the first place in the category of mobile European funds, and the winner of the first place is the project which not only redefined the road transport in the region, but also influenced the quality of life of the residents. The first place in the mobile European funds category goes to Wyszków municipality for the construction of the downtime bypass. Let's have a representative of this municipality. Okay, the director from the Mazovian unit for the implementation of the EU funds is handing the award. Well, just briefly, thank you very much. As the local government, we try to respond to our residents' needs, and I hope that, well, this award shows that this time we have succeeded. The residents treat this project as something that was really needed by our city and the region. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we need to award those projects with further improved the quality of life of the residents, those that have revolutionized the healthcare sector, for example. So the European funds close to residents, we have really outstanding initiatives. So let's start with the third place. The ladies are going to stay with us on the stage. The third place goes to the project that improved access to healthcare services. And this award goes to Mazovia Specialist Hospital. The award is for improving access to medical services in this hospital. Let's have representative of this hospital with here on the stage. Do we have somebody from the Mazovian Specialist Hospital in Ostrołęka with us? Well, this is the third place award in the category of European funds close to residents. Now the second place, the project that has changed the face of care of those who are threatened with exclusion, social exclusion. And the award goes to the capital city of Warsaw, together with their partner that is Econ Association. Let's have the representative of the capital city of Warsaw.
To jest, proszę Państwa,
Congratulations.
w kategorii Fundusze Europejskie.
This is the second place in the category European funds close to residents. Well, thank you very much. I would like to dedicate this award to the Social Services Center that we have in Warsaw. Congratulations. And also I would like to thank the Mazovian unit for the implementation of EU funds. Thank you very much for your flexibility and assistance. Thanks to your approach, we are able to implement our projects. Sometimes we change the procedures in order to make them better for the inhabitants. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the first place in the category of European funds for the citizens. This is the project that took care of the cultural heritage and also created a place for citizens' activity. And this goes to the city of Węgrzów
zagospodarowanie dawnego browaru przyklasztornego do nowych funkcji usługowo, gastronomicznych.
I zapraszamy for to offer new service and catering functions. You can see the joy on the face of the beneficiary. Congratulations.
Zapraszamy pani burmistrz na
zdjęcie Mayor, let's have a photograph, and then we would like to invite you to take the microphone and say a few words. This is the winner of the first place in this category. Well, thank you very much. Welcome. I would like to thank everybody, all those who have voted for our project, but I also would like to thank the Mazovian unit for the implementation of EU funds and the authorities of the Mazovian Voivodeship. Marshals, I'm very happy that when our project was refused funding, thanks to the support of the local government of the Mazovia Voivodeship, we really asked the Voivodeship authorities that maybe some beneficiaries did not use all the funds. It was in 2020, and we got very important news. We received the funds to develop this place. There's 3.5 hectares of the park, including a skate park, a pond, line park, a restaurant, cafe. Please come to Węgrzów and see this. It was commissioned on the 9th of July this year. So I would like to thank everybody who contributed to our success. I would like to thank all our employees and Ms. Piotrowska for submitting the project application in 2017. Congratulations and thank to the Węgrzów and Węgrzów Powiat, the winner of the first place and the EU funds close to residents category. Thank you.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the stage Radosław Raboszuk, Vice Marshal of Mazovian Voivodeship, who would hand out awards in the next category. So, welcome again. And let me now announce another category, which was support for education and development of talents under European Funds for the Youth. So, these initiatives contribute contributed to improving quality of education and prepared our children and young people for challenges of the future. So we'll start with the third place. So the project was really the pearl in the crown of these educational initiatives on our region. So place 3 is won by the Foundation for Education Development for Small Engineers and partner, the capital city of Warsaw, district Białęka, for the project Become a Competence Master at Primary School, number 356. So let me invite the representative of the beneficiary and the representative of the partner. Please join us on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for that. It's a great honor for us. I think thanks to those 2 years, we changed a lot in the schools in Białęka district. Hundreds of hours on robotics, programming, and other attractions, camps, excursions for kids, for pupils, and a lot of pieces of equipment, and which thanks to that, education at schools in Białęka now reached a different level. Let me thank first and foremost our partner and the promoter of that project, Madam Mayor of the district. So please say a few words. So thank you so much. For me, it's a very important award because EU funds, in my opinion, for education in Białęka district give a lot of value added, and thanks to such partner, we are able to implement such projects, and we have a lot of such projects. Now we are going to implement 5 projects in 15 schools. There will be some extra classes for pupils, and we have ambitious goal to implement the projects by the end of December this year. And thanks to such partner, it is possible. And I'd like also now to thank my employees who implement projects at the level of Białęka district of Warsaw. Thank you so much. So these are 3 fantastic girls. And thanks to them, we have been given this award. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the Foundation for the Development of Education for Small Engineers. So we now know the winner, number 3. So in this category, Europe Funds for the Youth, now place 2. So it is won by the project that helps create a friendly preschool for each child. So place 2 for EU funds for the youth is won by the capital city of Warsaw, Białęka district of Warsaw. The project, a friendly preschool for all kids, or kindergarten for all children. So we invite the winner on the stage. Now interview. So sorry for that. The next award to the same district. But nevertheless, please join us on stage. So again, it's nice. And you are now giving an interview, but please be back with us. You will give the interview in an hour. So now, place 2 under the category EU funds for youth, Białęka district of the capital city of Warsaw. Once again, thank you so much. I have forgotten to thank the residents of Białęka district and communities of various schools who voted for these projects. It is of key importance, it seems to me, and in addition, we are given great support, and we cooperate in a wonderful way with the Mazovian Union for the implementation of EU funds. This has been really perfect cooperation, so thank you so much. It's been a great honor for me. I hope to see you soon. Thank you. See you soon. Now I should, of course, thank you and congratulate you once again. And must say, it was people who gave their votes. That was their decision. It's not a kind of incidental thing that you got the award twice in this category. And now number 1 in this category, EU Funds for Youth. So the first place is won by the project, which does not only support our youth, but the future of our region. So now number 1 under this category, EU Funds for Youth, goes to a municipal community of Płock for B2B at the School of Services and Entrepreneurship in Płock. Congratulations. And we would like to invite you on the stage. So please come on stage. That is the beneficiary, who is mayor of Płock and the headmaster of school. So I will be brief. We have here the headmaster of that school, and I am fully aware that for many years for residents, the projects which are crucial are those that they could see, which are infrastructural projects, and thanks to which the reality around us changes. But equally important for the future of Poland, Mazowsza, Europe, are educational projects which enable us to educate better the young people, to take care of them at the start of their adult life. So once again, I'd like to thank the fantastic team of Director Iza Kamińska, headmistress, so, and Ania also is in charge of the soft projects. So all the girls, they've been fantastic. So they mobilize the heads of schools, and they really contribute greatly to the projects. That's the future. Thank you so much. Thank you and congratulations. So we are coming to an end of this category, but that's not all. So Marshall, you will have many duties today, thanks to financing the development of potential and entrepreneurship in Mazovia. Many companies got support for business development, and now we have time to show these achievements. To quote, so innovation is the driving force for change. So that's the quotation, and this is what we want to honor in this category. We appreciate entrepreneurs who, thanks to their determination and innovative approach, changed the game by creating products and services, giving positive changes in the economy and to the society. So place 3. So this is the category Entrepreneur European Funds. This is a company that invested mostly in development and research for available products for the skin and environmental products. So now place 3 in this category, Entrepreneurial EU Fund, goes to Grayen, limited liability company, for the project implementations of R&D on the platform CENT, Culture, Innovation, Technology, to introduce a range of bioavailable products for the skin and environmentally friendly products based on liquid crystal technology. Please correct me if I'm wrong in all these names. Well, here you've got the mic over there. So thank you so much. So I'm really shocked that we have been really awarded. So I'm not prepared for that. As you can see, my clothes, and I have no speech prepared. But thank you so much for the votes. So the company Grehen, how it's called, we deal with 2 aspects, mainly women, or issues connected with skin care and detective breast cancer. So these are the technology based on liquid crystal, but this project is about beauty products and using this element to research the speed of absorption of our products. Thanks to that, we obtain products very quickly right now. We don't wait for them for 2 weeks. So thank you so much. For me, as the CEO of the company, it's really a great award. As for all the employees of mine, so over 200 people work on these type of technologies. Also, we are working on AI projects in beauty products. So thank you so much. I'd like to thank the region of Mazowsza. I'd like to thank my people in the project, Anna Dobrowolska, who really took care of the project during the pandemic, COVID pandemic, so that we could complete the projects. I'd like to thank girls and from the Mazowsza region. So please reward them. They have, so we hope you would continue to so. So congratulations to the Graham company, and please now give the interview. Now I'd like just to mention, referring to the words of our beneficiary, to his clothes, that the company at least is not in checkers because it got the third award. So now place number 2. So that's the company that introduced innovative vegan beauty products that take into account the difference in hair care. So the second place is for Chińskie company for R&B for introducing innovative line. R&D work in order to introduce the market an innovative line of vegan cosmetics dedicated to hair of various porosity. Congratulations, and let's have the photo, and please take the floor now. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are so grateful for the award. Thanks to that project, we are able to buy the production line, thanks to which great beauty products for hair were created. These are vegan cosmetics, vegan beauty products. Thanks to this production line, we employed more people. We also had good impact on environment. We saved water and energy. I'm a bit nervous because this is really a great award for me, for my company, and for all the people who established that great brand, which is called Crazy Hair. So thank you so much, and congratulations. Now, the first place in this category, the company created new technology that counteracts photo degradation of packaging and labels. So the winner of the Entrepreneurial EU Funds is AZ Color for the project implementing of modern packaging. So, congratulations, and the beneficiary, please join us on the stage. So this is for the implementation of innovative technology for photo stabilization, flexible packaging and labels. Thank you so much. I have not expected such an award. To get the award, but because there are so many other big companies and institutions, because we are very small company compared to the others. We employ just 70 people. As for EU funds, we've been using them from the very beginning, in fact. And thanks to these funds, we've been expanding and developing, and we will continue to use the funds. Thank you so much. So now Vice Marshal Raboszuk has a lot of work today. So I'd like Mr. Wierzbiński, who is a representative of EU funds in Mazovia Voivodeship authorities, to help me. So please join us on stage. So that's very good. Two things, because we will have now a new category, modern EU funds, so results of research and development program. This is a homage to innovative ideas in research and development. So the decision on choosing the winners were taken by the committee members. This is Adam Struzik, Marshal of Mazovia Voivodeship, Arkadiusz Lewicki, Director of the Contact Point, National Contact Point for EU, for financial instruments of the EU, Professor Grzegorz Mazurek, Rector of Laukieśmińskiej Academy, Jacek Aleksander, President of Foundation Entrepreneur Poland and co-founder of Academic Incubator for Entrepreneurship, and Mariusz Frankowski, Director of Mazovia Union for the implementation of EU programs. So the committee assessed the projects with a view to their impact on the development of the region, advantage of existing solutions and benefits for the users. So we'd like to thank the committee members for their work, for choosing the winners. So if we are ready now, let's announce the winners. First, the third place. So third in the category Entrepreneur European Funds is awarded to Łukasiewicz Network Institute of Exploitation Technology for some exploitation technology. This is the research institute in Radom that is the winner of the third award. So, some time for photographers. Congratulations to the Research Institute in Radom. So, please now take the floor. Thank you so much for this great award. I'd like to thank the committee that from so many projects they chose us and they appreciated us. And I'd like to thank also the employee of the Mazovia unit for the EU implementation for great cooperation during the product implementation. Without their care and good atmosphere that they created, we would not receive that statuette, and the project would not have been so successful. So the project strengthens the whole institute of ours, located in Radom, in 4 key areas, research areas: surface engineering, ecological building, environmentally friendly technologies, and mechatronics. But the effect of the projects are not the effects for the institute, but for the economy. Because thanks to these great laboratories that we equipped with great devices, we can effectively cooperate with businesses from various areas, as I've said already. And I do hope that what will happen in a moment, that is the launch of a new perspective, and the money will soon, from that perspective, get to us, and thanks to that we will strengthen and expand that cooperation. And I'd like to invite all the entrepreneurs to cooperation with us. So thank you so much. Thank you. So a great request to you. I know that as a host of the event, we should build kind of TV suspense, but I'd like to say that the award placed on second in this category is also given to the network, Łukasiewicz Network, for the same institute, and this is the award for you again. So let me add the solutions that we create in the Center of Innovative Specializations are realized in the prototyping center in the form of ready-made prototypes or devices that can be launched on the market, or they could be expanded later on based on the prototype in the institute or other enterprises which together with us implement with us. So once again, I'd like to invite you to cooperation, and I guarantee that these words would work for enterprises in the Mazovia region, and we are getting prepared for other projects with enterprises, and I do hope they would be approved. Yes, definitely. So please applause now the winner of second, third place in Entrepreneurial European Funds Network, Łukasiewicz Institute of Exploitation Technologies, and now play the first place. So now Monika will announce it. So that's the most important. The first place in this category, European funds. This is one with a project which does not only represent advanced technologies, am I right? Am I reading correct? But also contributes to progress in medicine and biochemistry. So now the first place goes to the Institute of Mother and Child, which opens Mazovia Center for Diagnostic of Mother and Child. Congratulations, and let me invite the representative of the beneficiary, that is the Institute of Mother and Child, if they are with us here today. So please join us on stage. So Marshal and press spokesman are handing out the awards. So that's the first place, So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Institute of Mother and Child and many people who contributed greatly into this project, I'd like to thank them all. So that's really a great appreciation for us. So this is one of the projects that you can't see at first glimpse, as Mayor of Płock also said such words about one of the enterprises. I mean, the inside, the tissue has great impact on welfare of many patients, residents of Mazovia, and not only of that region. And I'd like to tell you that that project gave also great impetus for generating many other projects equally innovative. So our attachment to that project, to this effect and its impact on the functioning of the Mother and Child Institute is really huge. Thank you so much. And I have also mentioned now, because of their contribution to the project, mentioned also the Mazovian Union for the implementation of EU funds. Yes, they contributed greatly. So as regards cooperation with them, with regard to prototype and unique projects, require great flexibility on their part, and such cooperations are pretty important. So the first place now, so the funds, so the interview will take place in a moment, because I'd like to invite you back on the stage, because we want to take a picture of all the winners of all the awards. So okay, let me invite on stage everyone who got awards from these competitions. Please come with the statuettes. Please come on stage, we'll take a picture. And of course, we'd like also to invite the partners of all these projects and all the people who are handing out. So Director Frankowski, who is still with us, I hope, and Director Dłużnicka, Director Szymanek as well. So please join here us on stage so that we could take a picture. So everyone who contributed to selecting leaders of change, come on stage, please.
Pani burmistrz z Węgrowa jeszcze musi coś dopowiedzieć.
Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze taka wisienka na torcie dzisiejszego spotkania, dzisiejszej rywalizacji. Dzisiaj, w tym samym czasie, w Rydze pan burmistrz Węgrowa Paweł Marchela przedstawia projekt, nasz projekt, dotyczący właśnie zagospodarowania dawnego browaru do nowych funkcji społeczno-gospodarczych, a także i parku. Ten projekt znalazł uznanie takiego gremium międzynarodowego, unijnego. Bardzo cieszymy się, że w tym samym czasie również ten projekt jest przedstawiany.
Bardzo się cieszymy i gratulujemy. Proszę się tak ustawić, jeśli mogę Państwa prosić, troszkę się rozrzećmy. Główka każda była dobrze uwieczniona, pozwolę sobie wyreżyserować. Proszę się nie chować w drugim rzędzie. Nie ma drugiego rzędu. Jest tylko pierwszy rząd, są tylko pierwsze miejsca i nagrody.
Ja w takim razie, idąc tropem mojej koleżanki po fachu, będę reżyserem Państwa mimiki. Prosimy o wyrażenie entuzjazmu i uśmiechy, bo te z pewnością dzisiaj będą zdobić nie tylko media społecznościowe. Proszę Państwa,
bardzo ważna informacja. Wszystkich laureatów zapraszamy piętro wyżej na mały poczęstunek.
Winners are also invited to
niespodziankowego. Mamy nadzieję, że skorzystają Państwo z okazji.
upstairs on the third floor. Well, before you go there,
zapraszamy do pamiątkowego zdjęcia, ale mamy dla Państwa także pewną
we
muzyczną
also have a
niespodziankę. To
musical
będą
surprise for you.
najskrupulatniej dobrane dźwięki, które będą rozbrzmiewać w
Very
scenie głównej 13 Forum Rozwoju Mazowsza.
Panie i Panowie, zespół sygnalistów z Zespołu Szkół Drzewnych i Leśnych imienia Jana Kochanowskiego w Garbatce Letnisku
from
są
Garbatka
gotowi,
Letnisko,
są
from
z
the
nami
Forestry School. They
dla
are here
laureatów,
and they are going to
dla
play for
wszystkich
the winners
uczestników
and for all the
13 Forum Rozwoju
participants of
Mazowsza.
the
Już
13th
widzimy te
Mazovia
mamy i
Development
babcie
Forum.
zaciskające kciuki przy streamingu facebookowym naszego
I can
wydarzenia.
imagine all
Na to
those mothers
czekaliśmy.
and grandmothers
Zanim zespół
keeping their
sygnalistów
fingers
rozlokuje się
crossed
odpowiednio na naszej
when
scenie,
watching
ja
the
pozwolę sobie jeszcze
streaming.
na krótki wkład. Adnotacje, proszę Państwa, już jutro kolejny dzień 13 Forum
And
Rozwoju
tomorrow
Mazowsza.
we'll
Debaty,
have
warsztaty,
the
prezentacje,
second
symulacje i
day
badania,
of
to
the
wszystko
forum,
czeka na
workshops,
odwiedzających nas jutro w Centrum Konferencyjnym
exhibition,
Legia
etc.
Warszawa, ale także
All
tych,
of that
którzy
waiting for
będą,
us
mam
here in
nadzieję,
this conference
z nami
center.
aktywnie udzielać się wirtualnie, ponieważ jesteśmy
Hopefully
w trakcie streamingu
there will
na
also be
YouTubie.
people
Cały czas można dołączyć do naszego wydarzenia.
They can
Żeby to
watch the
zrobić, sprawa jest
streaming.
nieskomplikowana,
You can
żeby tu nie
always
powiedzieć banalnie, wystarczy
still
zarejestrować się
join
na
our
stronie
event.
internetowej Forum
It's
Rozwoju
enough to get
Mazowsza.pl i
registered
przyjść do Centrum
on the
Konferencyjnego Legia
forum
Warszawa przy ulicy
website
Łazienkowskiej 3. Czekamy na
and
Państwa już jutro od godziny
join
9.
us.
A
We're
przed
waiting
Państwem
for you
sygnaliści.
from 9 o'clock tomorrow. And let's hear the band.
Jeszcze raz serdecznie dziękujemy. Zespół sygnalistów z Zespołu Szkół Drzewnych i Leśnych imienia Jana Kochanowskiego w Garbatce Letnisku. Proszę Państwa, nie dosyć mam nadzieję, że zespół sygnalistów pojawi się także jutro.
No koniecznie, bo jutro, proszę Państwa, drugi dzień
tomorrow,
13
the
Forum Rozwoju
second day
Mazowsza.
of the
Widzimy się
13th
tu rano,
Mazovia
skoro
Development
świt.
Forum.
Dokładnie,
We are
proszę
going
Państwa,
to see you
nasze dane
here
personalne z pewnością
early in
do
the
jutra nie
morning.
ulegną zmianie. Monika Richardson, Aleksander Sikora-Tomy.
Our personal
Kłaniamy się i
data are not
polecamy
going to
na
change
przyszłość,
by tomorrow.
ale nie jakoś
So
bardzo oddaloną od dnia
we are
dzisiejszego,
going
ponieważ
to meet
jutro
you
o
back
9
here.
jesteśmy do Państwa dyspozycji.
And
A
we
dzisiaj
will be
do
here for
godziny
you.
16 forum jest otwarte.
Starting from
Wystawcy,
9
partnerzy
o'clock and the
wydarzenia
forum is open
zapraszają
until
Państwa
4
serdecznie.
p.m. today.
Dziękujemy.
Thank you.